Am I audible? Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am.
I'm audible, right?
Yeah. Good morning. You are audible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Shall we start?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining us across the globe. It is an absolute privilege to welcome our distinguished guests, keynote speakers, research scholars, and WAAR members to the online second international conference of the World Association of the Authors and Researchers. We have gathered here today on a virtual platform to explore a highly relevant and transformative theme: technological advances and English studies, interdisciplinary approaches. In a rapidly evolving digital era, the boundaries of language and literature are constantly expanding. This conference is dedicated to investigating how artificial intelligence, digital media, and modern technology intersect with the humanities, reshaping how we teach, research, and communicate in English. We are here to bridge the gap between traditional literary analysis and cutting edge digital innovation. Traditionally, we begin auspiciously by lighting a lamp to dispel the darkness of ignorance. As we are meeting on a virtual platform, I request all our dignitaries and attendees to join hands in spirits to invoke the goddess Saraswati, the revered deity of knowledge and wisdom. We would also play our university anthem to welcome the light of knowledge as we declare this conference officially open. Saraswati Pandey and Kulgit, please. Only that he will be joining a few moments later. We are also deeply privileged to have our keynote speaker, Professor Kshema, English and Foreign Languages, University of Hyderabad, joining us today. We eagerly await your perspective on the future of English studies. We also have with us Professor Bhavesh Chandra Pandey, Dean of Humanities and Head of the University Department of English at Munger University. It is our honor to have with us Professor Sanjay Kumar, Principal of Barbigha College, Munger University. Let us also recognize the visionary leaders of WAAR, including our esteemed President, Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, Professor of English, University of Allahabad, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Manish Kumar, organizing committee members, and all participants whose hard work has made this virtual gathering a reality. To formally welcome our global audience congregation, I would now like to invite Professor Bhavesh Chandra Pandey to deliver the welcome address. Professor Bhavesh Chandra Pandey is the Dean of Humanities and Head of the University Department of English at Munger University, a distinguished academic administrator and scholar. He also serves as the treasurer of the Association for English Studies in India. Over a prolific career, Professor Pandey has published nearly 2 dozen research papers in prominent national and international journals and has presented his work at approximately 3 dozen seminars and conferences worldwide. His editorial contributions include serving on the boards of the journal Explorer and the Hindi magazine Nishan, an accomplished author and creative writer. His published books include the academic volumes Language and Language Teaching and English Studies, as well as 2 poetry collections, Journey in English and Sharpit in Hindi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Lisa, and good morning to all. I extend a very warm greetings to all of you present. Today we meet virtually in the inaugural session of the second International Conference of the World Association of Authors and Researchers, being organized by the Department of English, SKR College, Barbigha, in collaboration with the Sheikhpura and Toronto chapters of the association on the topic uh, technological advances and English studies, interdisciplinary approaches. On this very auspicious occasion, I feel honored to have with us Honorable Vice Chancellor of Munger University, Professor Sanjay Kumar, Professor Kshema, the keynote speaker of the conference, Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, the chairman of the uh, World Association of Authors and Researchers, Professor Sanjay Kumar, the principal of Krishna Ramruchi College, Barbigha, Sheikhpura, uh, the organizing secretary, Dr. Manish Kumar, HOD English, SKR College, Barbigha, and not least Lisa Sinha, the moderator of this uh, first session, inaugural session. As the convener of the conference and as the Dean of Humanities of Munger University, Munger, it is my privilege to welcome all the distinguished guests in this inaugural session of the conference. At the outset, I pay my heartfelt homage to Dr. Srikrishna Singh, the first CM of Bihar and the veteran freedom fighter in whose fond memory the host college has been established. I also express my sincere homage to the founder secretary of the college, Sri Krishna Mohan Pyare Singh alias Lala Babu. It's a matter of great pleasure and satisfaction that our Honorable Vice Chancellor has managed to take a few minutes from his extremely busy schedule. I sincerely welcome him and express my gratitude both on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of the English teachers of fraternity of the university. Professor Sanjay Kumar is a man of action, a tireless crusader, and a one-man army working round the clock for the all-round development of the newly set up Munger University. I thank for his direction, support, and blessings in organizing the conference. I extend a very warm welcome and bestow my gratitude to Professor Kshema from ITU Hyderabad for her consent to enlighten us by delivering the keynote address in the conference. It is hoped that her address will open new vistas to the understanding of this topic. On behalf of Munger University, I feel indebted to welcome Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, the chairman of the World Association of Authors and Researchers, for his kind consent for collaborating with SKR College Barbigha and providing us an intellectual platform for sharing knowledge. I thank and appreciate and extend a warm welcome to the principal of the host institution, SKR College Barbigha, Professor Sanjay Kumar, for his sincere efforts and his unwavering support in organizing the conference. His dedication towards a meticulous management of the conference is highly commendable. It goes without saying that the man behind the show is the organizing secretary, Dr. Manish Kumar, head Department of English, SKR College Barbigha, who has shown us that the most important thing behind doing something is the will to do it. I hope his sincerity and enthusiasm will help the other faculty members of the university learn and get motivated. And I also thank and welcome Dr. Lisa Singh, the moderator of this session, who has taken pains in preparation of this conference. My thanks are also due to Dr. Anindra Sundar Pale and Ranjan Tiwari, along with all other faculty members, research scholars, and students at the university who have worked silently for the success of the conference. Welcome is due to all the delegates of the conference and all the moderators of the different sessions. We have a shining galaxy of speakers, including Professor Hassan Abu Hussain from Indonesia, Professor Robert Stewart from Japan, from Srin Safi Ibrahimi from US, the Prabha Jerry Bandan from Canada, Professor Maya Dor from Pune, Professor Anil Kumar Singh from Varanasi, Professor Abir Al Mukherjee from New Delhi, Professor UK Mishra from Bhagalpur, Professor Nirmala Menon from Indore, and Professor Garnath Dalal from New Delhi. I extend my warm welcome to them all in advance. Intervention of technology and the rise of multidisciplinary approaches are the two distinguishing and defining elements of the contemporary knowledge creation and research. And we, as such, the topic of the conference holds a contemporary relevance. The entire gamut of creative writing, appreciation, research, teaching, and testing and evaluation and knowledge sharing practice has been changed due to the intervention of technology. Even this conference illustrates the value and significance of digital technology in knowledge sharing in the field of English studies. The six tracks of the conference are digital humanities, data analytics and computational methods, artificial intelligence, creativity and post-human thought, media, digital cultures and emerging narrative form, technology, pedagogy and knowledge practices, ethics, governance, archives, global digital features, and traditional literature pedagogy in the digital age. The core objectives of the conference are to examine the transformative impact of technological advancements on the theories and practices of English studies, to foster the interdisciplinary collaboration between scholars of literature, linguistics, media studies, and computational sciences, to explore innovative research methodologies enabled by digital tools and data-driven analysis, to critically assess issues of authorship, originality, and ethics of the age of in the age of artificial intelligence, to evaluate the role of technology in reshaping pedagogy, curriculum design, and assessment practices, to assess concerns related to digital accessibility, inclusivity, and global inequalities, and to identify emerging trends and future directions in English studies within technologically evolving landscapes. It is hoped that the conference will bring together new insights into the impact of technological advancements and multidisciplinary approaches in the field of English studies. In the end, I once again welcome and thank everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the warm words of encouragement and motivation. So, moving forward, we feel delighted to introduce our next speaker, Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, the President of World Association of the Authors and Researchers. Professor Vijay Kumar Roy is a professor of English at University of Allahabad. He has also taught at Mizan Tepe University, Ethiopia, and Northern Border University, Saudi Arabia. He is founder of Applied Education and Welfare Foundation. He is also founder of the World Association of Authors and Researchers. He is also co-founder and editor-in-chief of Akshara, an international refereed journal of English language and literature, and also a founder and editor-chief of Arts Artia, an international refereed journal of English and culture. He has 25 books and 50 research papers to his credit. I would like to request Professor Vijay Kumar Roy to shed some light on the vision and objectives of World Association of the Authors and Researchers.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lisa. Good morning, all. Respected Vice Chancellor, Munger University, Principal, SKR College, Barbigha, Convenor of the conference, Professor B.C. Pandey, Secretary of the Association and Organized Secretary of the conference, Dr. Manish Kumar, Joint Secretary of the Association, Dr. Pradeep Kumar, Treasurer of the Association, Dr. Yuveshwar Shah, Keynote Speaker, Dr. Kshema Josh, all Chapter Directors of WAAR, plenary speakers, chairpersons of parallel sessions, members of the organizing committee, and esteemed participants of the conference. Good morning to all. I would like to say something about the World Association of Authors and Researchers in very short. And the short form of the association is WAAR. Generally, we use short form. So the World Association of Authors and Researchers was established in 2014. Though it was envisioned in 1997, the association strives to strengthen exchange of scientific and scholarly knowledge for academic, social, and cultural welfare. The association promotes research and creativity and reflects them to the world readers to create a community of intellectuals for global cooperation and goodwill. Being an international association, it publishes 2 annual journals, Akshara and Arsasium. Akshara was founded in 2007 and Arsasium was founded in 2013. So Akshara comes out in May every year and Arsasium comes out in January. Through its publications and academic activities, WAAR has become a leading center for global voices in academic research today. WAAR aims to empower underprivileged and rural communities, not in India only, but also in several countries through its presence as chapters. WAAR tries to be a center for providing practical and skill-oriented educational programs and essential social welfare services. It will make all efforts to bridge the educational divide and foster holistic growth through sustainable empowerment and community development. Through its initiatives and collaborations, it will strive to transform traditional education into practical learning experience. Through this association, we are planning to create opportunities for students and youth to equip them with critical thinking and life-building skills and prepare them to seamlessly adapt and thrive in a dynamic, competitive world. Presently, WAAR has 6 international chapters in Canada, Ethiopia, Iran, Nepal, Nigeria, and Senegal. We have received many proposals from foreign countries for opening chapters there to achieve the objectives of the association. In India, WAAR has its 28 chapters. In Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Chandigarh, Madhya Pradesh, Puducherry, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. The number is increasing day by day. We have received proposals from some states where we do not have its chapters, and soon we will see the presence of the association there too. We try to have presence of the association in all major cities of India and also in developing and underdeveloped countries to work together for educational and social good, as well as establishing global peace and harmony. Soon, we are going to offer some online courses in collaboration with some reputed institutions. We are also planning to support the higher education institutions in how to improve quality and standard of teaching and research and get good ranks both nationally and internationally. Next month, in July, we have another international conference of the association in Senegal, a West African country, on the theme of decolonization through language and literature. I would like to request all to visit the website of the association to get more information about its activities. All teachers, PhD research scholars, and UG and PG students are welcome to take life membership of the association and enjoy publication of their papers in its 2 journals and all other benefits. Through your willing support, we can achieve the goals of the association. So thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for introducing World Association of the Wars and Researchers, WAAR. Carrying forward with today's inaugural address, we have with us the guest of honor, Professor Sanjay Kumar. Professor Sanjay Kumar is a distinguished academic administrator and geographer, currently serving as the principal of Sri Krishna Ramruchi College, Barbigha. He holds an NSc and a PhD in geography, bringing over 22 years of rich experience from his previous tenure as professor and head of the department at Rajendra College, Sheikhpura. An accomplished researcher, Dr. Kumar has published 20 articles in reputed journals, completed a UGC-sponsored project on the beetle plant in Nevada, and guided 8 PhD scholars at SKR College. At SKR College, his dynamic leadership emphasizes infrastructure growth, regular classes, campus cleanliness, and holistic student development, highlighted by landmark events like the unveiling of K3 magazine during the founder's 125th birth anniversary celebrations. I would like to call upon Professor Sanjay Kumar for the inaugural address.
Distinguished chair, esteemed keynote and plenary speakers, respected academicians, scholars, researchers, students, members of the World Association of Authors and Researchers, distinguished guests from India and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. It is for me to welcome you to the second International Conference on Technological Advances and English Studies, Interdisciplinary Approaches. On behalf of SKR College, Barbigha, I extend my heartfelt greetings to all participants. You have joined us from different regions of India and various parts of the world. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to the World Association of Authors and Researchers, our collaborators, distinguished speakers, scholars, and participants whose support and enthusiasm have made this international conference possible. We are living in an age defined by rapid technological transformation. Digital technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and virtual communication platforms, and reshaping the way we learn, teach, communicate, create, and conduct research. These change These changes have touched every discipline, and the humanities are no exception. English studies today extends far beyond the traditional boundaries of literature and language. It increasingly engages with digital humanities, computational linguistics, media studies, artificial intelligence, and multimodal communication. The relationship between technology and the humanities is no longer peripheral. It has become central to contemporary academic inquiry. At the same time, while technology offers remarkable opportunities, it also presents important questions. How do we preserve creativity in an age of automation? How do we maintain ethical standards in the use of artificial intelligence? How do we ensure equitable access to technological resources? And how do we preserve the humanistic values that have always been at the heart of education? These are some of the questions that this conference seeks to address by bringing together scholars from diverse disciplines and cultural backgrounds. We hope to create a space for meaningful dialogue, critical reflection, and collaborative exploration. I am particularly pleased to note the enthusiastic response this conference has received from researchers, teachers, and students. The wide range of paper and presentation reflects the growing importance of interdisciplinary approaches in understanding contemporary challenges and opportunities. The diversity of perspective represented here demonstrate that innovation flourishes when different fields of knowledge engage in constructive conversation. As the principal of SKR College, I take immense pride in the fact that our institution is hosting this significant international academic event. Established with a commitment to educational excellence and social progress, SKR College has continuously encouraged scholarly engagement, critical thinking, and intellectual growth. The conference represents another step in our ongoing efforts to foster academic excellence and global collaboration. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for their tireless efforts in planning and coordinating this event. Organizing an international conference requires dedication, teamwork, and vision. I sincerely appreciate the contributions of all those who have worked behind the scenes to ensure its success. I also extend my gratitude to our keynote and plenary speakers. Your presence add immense value to this conference, and we look forward to benefiting from your insights, expertise, and experiences. To the young researchers and students participating in this conference, I would like to say that the future of knowledge depends upon your curiosity, creativity, and commitment. Use this opportunity not only to present your work, but also to learn from others, build networks, and engage in meaningful academic discussions. As we inaugurate this conference, let us remember that technology should not replace human wisdom. Rather, It should enhance our capacity to think, create, collaborate, and solve problems. The true measures of technological advancement lies not merely in innovation itself, but it is ability to contribute to human welfare, social justice, and intellectual progress. I am confident that the deliberations over the next 2 days will generate valuable insights, foster new collaborations, and contribute significantly to the advancement of research in English studies and related disciplines. With these words, I once again welcome all of you and wish the conference great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the perfect tone for our academic and professional endeavors over the next 2 days. It is now my distinct honor to invite our chief guest, Vice Chancellor of Munger University, Professor Sanjay Kumar. Sir is a distinguished academic administrator in Bihar's higher education system. Currently, as VC of Munger University, he specializes in modernizing university frameworks, enforcing NEP 2020 guidelines, implementing digital governance, and restoring academic vibrancy across Tier 1 state institutions. Vice Chancellor of Munger University, he oversees 17 constituent and 17 affiliated colleges, driving comprehensive digital infrastructure. He is actively transitioning the curriculum and evaluation metrics to align with National Education Policy 2020. During his tenure at Nalanda Open University as Pro-Vice Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, he has successfully restored the reputation of India's premier distance education portal in the state by enforcing structural quality assurance metrics and organizing large-scale academic, cultural, and vocational platforms. As college principal at Patliputra and Jayaprakash universities, he has managed grassroots governance by enhancing faculty recruitment frameworks, improving resource allocation efficiency, and modernizing campus facilities. He has proven capability in executing directives from the Honorable Chancellor Secretariat. He is also recognized for bringing administrative transparency, restoring tight academic calendars, and mitigating governance inertia. He prioritizes the vocational training, specialized research environments, and industry-linked skills development portfolios. Sir represents the vanguard of modern academic leadership in Bihar. His collaborative governance model, combined with an unyielding commitment to institutional integrity and inclusive education, continues to convert evolving public universities into competitive hubs of academic excellence. I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to share his inaugural address. We are eager to hear your thoughts on the conference.
Good morning to all. Namaskar. Myself Sanjay Kumar, Vice Chancellor Munger University. Respected President of World Association of Authors and Researchers, Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, Professor Kshema Jules, our keynote speaker, Principal of SKR College, Professor Sanjay Kumar, Convenor of the conference, Professor Bhavesh and Pandey, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Manish Kumar, esteemed academicians, scholars from India and abroad, faculty members, research scholars, students, and all the participants. Once again, good morning to you all. It gives me immense pleasure and a deep sense of pride to address this august gathering at the inaugural session of the second International Conference of the World Association of Authors and Researchers on the theme Traditional Advances and English Study, interdisciplinary approaches. This conference brings together eminent scholars, researchers, teachers, and students from different parts of India and abroad to deliberate on one of the most significant intellectual development of our time, the intersection of technology and the humanities. At the outset, I congratulate the organizers, particularly the University Department of English, Munger University, SKI College, Barbigha, and the World Association of Authors and Researchers for conceptualizing and organizing this international academic event. The impressive participation of distinguished scholars from institutions of India, Canada, Japan, Indonesia, and the United States and other countries reflect the global relevance of the theme and the growing academic status of these initiatives. Today, we are living in an era marked by unprecedented technological transformation. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital archives, computational linguistics, data analysis, and new media technologies. These are fundamentally changing the way in which knowledge is created, disseminated, and consumed. These developments are now confined to the science and technology alone. Not alone, they are profoundly influencing literature, language studies, cultural studies, and human researches. For centuries, English studies has been concerned with understanding human experiences, language integration, cultural ethics, and creativity. The arrival of advanced technologies presents both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, digital tools have opened new possibilities for literary analysis, corpus studies, language learning, archive preservance, and interdisciplinary research. On the other hand, they raise important questions regarding authorships, originality, academic integrity, ethics, and the future of human creativity. The theme of this conference is therefore both timely and significant. The sessions planned over the next 2 days address a wide range of contemporary concerns, from artificial intelligence and literary scholarships to digital humanities, online pedagogy, media cultures, ethics, governance, and the future of literature studies. Such conversations are essential if we are to ensure that technological innovations remain guided by human values, critical thinking, and ethical responsibility. As a university, Munger University is committed to foster innovations to preserve the core values of higher education. We believe that technology should serve as an enabler to learning rather than a substitute for intellectual studies. Artificial intelligence may assist in gathering information and analyzing patterns, imaginations, empathy, moral judgments, and critical reflections. The future of education will depend not merely on technological competence, but on our ability to integrate technological advancement with humanistic wisdoms. I am pleased that this conference adopts an interdisciplinary approach. The most pressing challenges of the 21st century cannot be addressed within rigid disciplinary boundaries. Here, scholars will discuss digital cultures, language technologies, educational innovations, ethical governance, meaningful solutions, emerging when scholars from diverse backgrounds engage in constructive dialogue. Hope this conference will provide an invariable platform for such intellectual exchange. I acknowledge the efforts of our faculty members, researchers, and students who are contributing actively to academic excellence despite rapidly changing educational landscapes. Their enthusiasm demonstrates that institutions in Bihar are increasingly becoming vibrant centers of research, innovation, and global academic engagement. To the young researchers participating in this conference, I would like to say that you are entering into an exciting period in the history of scholarship. Embrace technology as a powerful tool, but always maintain the spirit of critical inquiry. Let technology expand your intellectual horizons, not diminish your capacity for independent thought. Humanities have a crucial role in shaping the ethical and cultural dimensions of technological progress, and your contributions will be vital in the endeavor. I am confident that the deliberations, presentations, keynote lectures, and discussions during this conference will generate new insights and inspire future collaborations across institutions and nations. I hope the idea exchanged here will contribute meaningful role to the advancement of English studies and to understand the broader role of technology in contemporary society. Before I conclude, I once again extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers, speakers, and participants to make this conference possible. I wish every success to the conference and hope that all participants find the proceedings as academic, stimulants, and professionally rewarding. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that thought provoking and inspiring address. We now move on to one of the most anticipated segments of our inaugural session. To deliver the keynote address, I would like to introduce Kshema Jose. Dr. Kshema Jose is an associate professor and head of the Department of Training and Development at EFL University, Hyderabad. As a teacher educator, language teacher, and researcher, her work focuses on the intersection of digital technologies and English language pedagogy. She specializes in multiliteracies, hypertext reading, and integrating AI and Web 2.0 tools into ESL classroom. Her language instruction emphasizes the development of students' English proficiency through multimodal academic writing and contemporary presentation skills. At the university, she teaches specialized courses including blended learning, designing flipped classrooms, evaluating online language learning, and using AI in ESL classrooms. She designs and conducts short-term professional development programs, workshops, and courses for ESL teachers and teacher educators. She has authored, co-authored, and edited English coursebook for students from the primary to postgraduate levels and has developed training modules for educators. She also serves on the boards of various national universities, contributes to international journals, such as editing for the journal Languaging, and consults for edtech and educational organizations. Please, ma'am, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sinha. I would like to share my screen. Here we go. Dr. Sinha, is this visible and am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible and you are perfectly audible.
Thank you. Thank you again for that introduction, Dr. Sinha. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining from around the world. Wherever you are, thank you for taking the time to be here. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have this opportunity to reflect with you on one of the most significant questions facing education today. How are knowledge, learning, and teaching changing in the age of artificial intelligence? Before I start, I would like to thank Professor Sanjoy Kumar, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Kumar, Principal of the College, Professor Pandey, the Convenor, Professor Roy, the Secretary of WAAR, and Dr. Manish Kumar, the person that I have been in touch with, the Organizing Secretary. Thank you for this opportunity. Over the last few years, conversations about artificial intelligence have become almost impossible to avoid in education. Wherever we go, conferences, universities, schools, teacher training programs, the conversation most of the time begins with AI. Like the Honorable Vice Chancellor said just now during the inauguration, there are challenges that we seek to address. And again, Sir proposed that human is one element as a solution. He proposed human as a solution. This is more or less the whole idea of my keynote as well. Just a second, I'm trying to move my slide. In my own teacher training workshops, when I conduct short-term teacher training workshops for teachers, the first questions are almost always the same. It is interesting that the conversation with teachers almost always begins with tools. Which AI tool should I use? This is a concern that most teachers pose. Which platform is best? Which prompt works best? How do we write better prompts? How do I detect AI-generated writing? These are things that teachers are interested in knowing. We are interested in knowing what AI can do, which tools are available, or how accurate particular systems are. These are important questions. I'm not saying they are not important, but I don't think they are the most important educational questions. And what I would like to think about today is, I would like to ask you all to think about today is, we often hear people say that AI is the answer to a lot of problems. So if AI is the answer, I would like us to ask ourselves, what exactly is the question? Is the question how to use ChatGPT in the classroom? Is the question how to generate images using Cloud or Gemini? Is it how to assess AI-generated assignments? Or is the deeper question this? Is the deeper question, what does it mean to teach students when a machine can explain almost anything to them? What does it mean to learn when information is everywhere and instantly accessible? And what does it mean to know, to truly know something, when an algorithm can generate knowledge on demand, give explanations, arguments, present summaries, extensions, and so on? I would like to suggest that the more fundamental issue is that AI is changing the conditions under which teaching, learning, and knowledge production takes place. Teachers need to ask different questions. What should my students be learning? How do I know whether they are learning? What kind of activities should I design for learning? And how should I assess this kind of work? So this is what I would like us to explore today. Today, I would like us to explore 4 propositions. Firstly, that AI is changing the nature of knowledge. Second, AI is changing the nature of learning. Third, AI is changing the nature of teaching. And finally, that AI is changing the nature of academic disciplines and educational institutions. My argument is simple. Tools will continue to change. Today's most popular AI application may be obsolete from a year from now. And if we focus only on technologies and tools, we risk missing the much larger transformation that is taking place. In other words, the real challenges I feel are not technological, they are pedagogical. And ultimately, the solution that I would like to suggest is profoundly human. Let's start with the first proposition that AI is changing the nature of knowledge. To understand how AI is changing knowledge, I think we need to go back in history to ask a more fundamental question. How has knowledge changed throughout human history? You will notice that it is not just now in the 21st century that knowledge is changing. It's happened across centuries, across human history. One of the primary purposes of education has always been to provide access to knowledge. This is what we do as teachers. We provide our students access to knowledge. Every educational system, regardless of culture, period, questions. How do we teach? How do our students learn? And what does it mean to know? And these are what are changing now. So to understand this, I would like us to take a step back and take a look at the longer history of knowledge, the evolution of knowledge. As you can see, in early societies, knowledge resided in people. It was our elders who transmitted knowledge to us. It was priests, it was scholars, it was storytellers. They were living repositories of collective memory. And how did knowledge travel? It could travel only as fast as people could walk or speak. Yeah? And its preservation depended largely on human memory. Education therefore focused on memorization, repetition, rote learning, and apprenticeship. The invention of writing fundamentally altered this relationship. Knowledge could now exist independently outside human memory. So we are now no longer depending on memory, but it started residing outside memory. Knowledge could survive across generations and travel beyond the lifetime and walking ability of its creator. So it's not just the walking speed or the talking speed that determined knowledge transmission, because books were more permanent. Books could also be carried to other countries across the seas and so on. Monasteries, libraries, and universities emerged as institutions responsible for preserving this. Across centuries, further centuries down, we have the printing press. That was the next biggest revolution. This marked another profound transformation. Books became more affordable. It was not just, books did not belong just to the elite or the royal class. Knowledge was no longer the privilege of a small scholarly group. Ideas traveled further, literacy expanded, and scientific discovery spread more rapidly. And as you can, so this particular slide is to tell you how, this kind of writing, the slab or writing on a stone clay tablet or stone slab, different from how knowledge transmitted at that time is different from how knowledge was transmitted when we have manuscripts to how knowledge transmitted when we have printing press, and then take a look at what we have now. So centuries later, I'm talking about the last part of it here. Centuries later, when the internet came in, it also transformed knowledge production a great deal. Suddenly, access to information was no longer limited by geography or physical availability of books. We didn't really need to have books in our hands. Information became instantaneously available anytime, anywhere, and it was searchable, quickly searchable, and also shareable. So obviously that changes how knowledge is transmitted. Information could now be created, shared, updated, and discussed almost instantaneously by people across the world. Now, I would like us to consider two variables that seem to have shaped every major leap in human development. Sociologists and people who research always talk about how information and communication are two variables that determine the development of a society. The amount of available information for a society, the amount of information that's available for a society, and the speed with which it can be communicated. These are two things that have always shaped the trajectory of human civilization. So the history of civilization is in many ways the history of expanding access to knowledge and hastening or accelerating its communication. So these two variables have consistently determined development. They are indicators of development. So as access to knowledge expand, so too does the number of people who can contribute to it. This is something that we need to remember. The more the access to knowledge, the more the number of people who are accessing it and contributing, gaining from it and also contributing to it. So look at how knowledge production expands when you are providing more access to knowledge. Every generation can build on the previous generation's knowledge and so on. And secondly, the speed of communicating. So the communication of scientific discoveries, how fast can you communicate that with the rest of the world? That also decides the amount of knowledge that is produced. Now, every major educational technology has transformed one or both of these variables, these forces, the amount of knowledge available and the speed with which it can be communicated. Today, however, we are witnessing a fundamentally different kind of transformation. While previous technologies like the books and the printing press and the internet or the computers primarily helped humans preserve, store, reproduce, and communicate knowledge, like writing reduced our dependence on memory and so on. While these technologies helped with preserving and storing and reproducing knowledge, artificial intelligence goes one step further. It doesn't merely help us access knowledge more efficiently or communicate it more rapidly. It increasingly participates in the process through which knowledge itself is produced. Now, this is what we should be paying attention to, because AI explains concepts, AI summarizes research, it compares ideas, it analyzes information. It can translate across languages. In other words, AI is no longer simply a repository of information or a channel of communication. It has become an active participant in knowledge work. I realized this during one of my earliest interactions with ChatGPT. Like many educators, I approached it with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. I asked it to explain a concept that I regularly teach, and I actually thought it was my own interpretation because I was linking a construct, a theoretical construct, with something that I had come up with. So I thought it was my idea. I thought it was my discovery. So when ChatGPT gave me the explanation was not perfect. There were lots of things that I disagreed with, but that's not what surprised me. What surprised me was that the fact that there was an explanation at all, that ChatGPT could explain something that I thought was very closely mine. Yeah. So now we are at this place where a student sitting alone at home can now ask a question, receive an explanation, ask a follow-up question, request another example, challenge the answer, and continue the conversation, all without waiting for a teacher, a textbook, or a tutorial session. This we see in many of our own classes, has happened with me too. Someone raised their hand to ask a question. I thought I will just complete the sentence I was in the midst of, and then ask that person. So I completed the sentence, turned to the student and asked them what their question was. By then they had already checked with ChatGPT and said, no, ma'am, sorted. Yeah. So for the first time in the history of the world, learners are interacting not only with stored knowledge, but with a system that can actively participate in explaining, refining, and extending their knowledge through dialogue. And this, I believe, is the real educational significance of artificial intelligence. It is changing not merely our access to knowledge, but the very nature of knowledge work itself. Recent studies, there are lots of research articles you could read upon this, that talk about researchers, teachers, students, writers, and professionals increasingly using generative AI, not just for searching information. It's not like a search for social spheres. Okay. So it's not just to retrieve information like we use Google or other search engines, but we are using generative AI like ChatGPT to think with it, to brainstorm ideas, to generate explanations, summarize readings, synthesize findings, draft reports of our answers and our essays, identify patterns, and even receive feedback. We are also trying to get feedback from generative AI. What's interesting here is not simply the frequency of use, but the nature of the tasks being delegated. Take a look at the activities that we do with ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude. These are activities that we traditionally associated with thinking and knowledge construction. Whether AI performs them well or poorly is another question. But the important point is that students are beginning to treat AI as a cognitive partner. It's like an extension of their brain rather than an information source. And this represents a significant shift. And that brings us to the second proposition, that AI is changing the nature of learning. Obviously, if knowledge is changing, then it follows that it has to also change the nature of learning. This definitely makes us anxious as teachers. But this is not the first time education has faced such a moment. Throughout history, every major educational technology has been greeted with anxiety. Yeah, take a look at 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, more than 2,000 years ago, Socrates questioned the value of writing. Remember, at that time, we were transmitting information orally. Teachers were oral deliverers of information. So when writing came in, and not really books the way we know them, but when writing started, Socrates started questioning the value of writing. He worried that once people started writing things down, students will rely less on memory and will fail to genuinely understand things. So he has said, or it is attributed to him, that writing or books will make people lazy. That was the anxiety first, that when books or writing come in, it's going to make our students lazy. Centuries later, when books became widely available, to printing press and all, similar concerns emerged. If students could simply look up things in a book and read a book to understand information, to get information, would they stop memorizing? That was a concern. Would easy access to information make learning superficial? That was the second concern. The same debate started with calculators. Yeah, resurfaced when calculators were introduced. We had the same problem. Teachers protested. There was anxiety. Many schools restricted or even banned them. Remember what we are doing with mobile phones now. Yeah, so many schools restricted and even banned calculators. Teachers worried that students would never learn mathematics if a machine performed every calculation for them. The concern was understandable. If a machine can do calculations instantly, what would happen to mathematical thinking? Yeah. Now, similarly, there were concerns. Something similar like this happened with spell checkers. When MS Office, when Word introduced spell checkers, people started saying, English teachers started saying that, oh my God, now our students are not going to learn spelling anymore. When search engines came, there was a similar concern. When online encyclopedias came, we had a similar concern. But what we have to remember is none of these technologies actually destroyed learning. Instead, they just transformed learning. This is what we are trying to do now too. Every technology automated certain tasks, and that forced us as educators to reconsider which human capabilities are important now, which human capabilities remain important now. When technology can automate so many of these thinking processes, what still remain? This is what we have to be looking at as teachers. So AI represents the latest stage in this pattern, but with one important difference. Unlike books that stored knowledge, calculators which automated computation, or search engines that helped us retrieve information, AI increasingly assists with activities that education has traditionally associated with thinking itself. So AI is not just playing around with knowledge and its availability, it's actually helping us with thinking. It's explaining, it's generating ideas, it is analyzing evidence, it's providing feedback, yeah? It's engaging in dialogue. This is what we have to be thinking about. So AI now does not just automate routine work like a calculator does. Yeah, it's not just routine work that it does. It is increasingly automating intellectual and creative work. The challenge for educators then is no longer deciding, should my students use AI? That is no longer the question. Yes, that question has already been answered. The students will definitely use AI. They are already using it. They will use AI. So now we need to ask better questions. We need to ask, how can I make my students ask better questions, evaluate competing claims? How can I help them recognize bias? How can I help them synthesize ideas from multiple sources? And if AI synthesizes it, will they be able to check the veracity, the validity of the summary and so on? And perhaps most importantly, we need to help our students know when artificial intelligence is helping us think and when it is thinking for us. Is AI thinking for me, or is it just helping me think? I think this is what we should be concerned about as teachers, as educators. Yeah. So, and so this is where, so what you're seeing on the screen right now is an example for what happens when AI works as your creative partner. Recently, there was this Commonwealth Prize, the story that won the Commonwealth Prize was accused of being AI generated. So there was that concern. So there are stories being written, and judges after judges, there are multiple levels, and judges after judges at different levels could not perceive it to be AI generated. So AI is becoming a good creative partner. The second picture that you see on the right, on the right side of the slide is someone who won the photography award, Sony World Photography Award, who then refused the prize saying it was AI generated. So AI is a very efficient creative partner as well. It's not like what I was saying, it's not just routine cognitive or monotonous tasks that are being done by AI. It's increasingly becoming powerful, more and more powerful. So when I would just like to, reiterate what I just said a few minutes ago, that we need to be aware of when is artificial intelligence thinking for us and when it is helping us to think. This requires serious consideration. And that, so I would like to talk about the second point here in this concern. For a long, long time, we imagined learning as something that happened primarily inside one person's mind. That's on the left-hand side that you see is learning happening with, when a single person, when one person interacts with content. In many of our classrooms, we believe this to be true. We believe that when my learner interacts with the lesson or the textbook, there is learning happening. So a student reads a book, listens to the teacher, memorized information and demonstrated understanding through tests or exams and essays that they write. That is what learning was for us for quite some time. Today, we realize that that picture is not complete. The picture on the right-hand side, learning increasingly happens across people, books, search engines, digital resources, online communities, learning management systems, and now we have AI added into that mela. Okay? So people are learning through a whole lot of different systems, not just through the book alone. And learning no longer resides in one person's cognition or brain. And this is not really surprising because take a look at the world outside. There is nobody who sits alone and does their work. Any sector, any domain that you look at, there are people working together. Scientists rarely work alone. Doctors consult their colleagues and databases and other decision support systems. Software engineers collaborate through shared repositories. Researchers work in international teams. Take a look at us as teachers. Teachers also work together in groups. So knowledge today is increasingly produced in networks rather than in isolation. Thinking no longer resides entirely within one individual learner. And this is what scientists call distributed cognition. So if this is how knowledge is created in the real world, perhaps learning should prepare students to not simply acquire knowledge individually, but participate intelligently in these knowledge networks. So when we bring in a digital activity or a group activity. We are kind of taking one step closer to helping our students understand how to work within a network, how to collaborate with others and generate knowledge. So the second challenge for education is therefore not simply to develop knowledgeable individuals, but to develop learners who can participate intelligently in complex knowledge ecologies. And this brings me to the third part of my talk. Here is another picture for distributed cognition, that a person interacts with other people, you see here, interacts with devices and other objects, interacts with stuff, and then you also have all these, digital networks and the cloud information stored in cloud and so on. So this is an example for distributed cognition. You will realize that this is how we learn. Yeah. So that's distributed cognition. I think it's taking some time for my slides to, okay. So we move to the third part of my talk, the third proposition, that AI is changing the nature of teaching. One of the biggest fears we face as teachers now is if AI can deliver content, can teach anything at the level my learners are at, in the style they want it at a time they want, not when we are ready as teachers, anytime the students want. And when AI can scaffold their learning with anything they require. So you support their learning with a video, a worksheet, or a podcast, or a material at a slightly lower level than what their textbooks are at. There is nothing that AI cannot do. It can also tirelessly explain something to students. As teachers, we find that if we explain a concept maybe 2 or 3 or 4 times, and then it really becomes tiring for us. Yeah, but AI can tirelessly work as a workhorse. It can keep explaining things. It can support our students 24 hours a day and still not be angry. It can support them throughout the day and not be angry with the students, nor will it make fun of them. There is a lot of research that talks about why students prefer AI. AI never judges. AI never makes fun of them. So that's one reason why they prefer AI. So if this much is what AI can do, what else is left for us as teachers to do? A second concern is what happens if we keep asking AI to do all the work for us? There are lots of terms that come up with it. Research on digital technologies show us that human beings routinely offload cognitive tasks onto tools. We use digital calendars to remember appointments. We use GPS systems to navigate. We use calculators to perform calculations and so on. Yeah. But what makes AI different is that it allows us to offload increasingly sophisticated cognitive activities, such as summarizing, planning, even decision-making, drafting a report. Not just calculate, so it goes beyond the calendar and the calculator and the GPS system. Very important cognitive activities, which we thought were the sole responsibility of human brain, are what are now being given to AI. So there is a term for this. This is called cognitive outsourcing or cognitive offloading. Yeah. So this is something that most of us are doing, including our students. This creates both opportunities and risks. While offloading routine tasks can free our brains to focus on higher order thinking skills, over-reliance on machines for offloading can also reduce opportunities for reflection, leading to what researchers call cognitive debt. Yeah, we owe the machine. There is a debt that we owe the machine because the machine has helped us a lot. So cognitive debt. And the second term that researchers use for this is metacognitive laziness. Give me a minute. So this is where I'm also drawing on what the Honorable Vice Chancellor was talking about in the morning. One of the consistent findings emerging from research is that AI appears to be most useful when it supplements rather than replaces human teaching. Students benefit from explanations, personalized practice, and on-demand feedback. At the same time, they continue to value discussion, encouragement, clarifications, and other social dimensions of learning that human teachers provide. The evidence increasingly suggests that the most productive educational environments are likely to be those that combine the strengths of both. That's what you see on the screen now. So if students can generate essays, reports, and reflections with AI support, then assessment can no longer rely solely on the evaluation of final products, right? We have this as a concern. We say, if ChatGPT is generating the essays, why should I even evaluate that essay? So increasingly, teachers are now moving towards exploring alternate means of assessment like portfolios. You see how change happens across their writing or across their products. We are also looking at process-based assessments. Yeah, what's the thinking process that went into creating this? We are increasingly bringing in oral defenses, project work, collaborative tasks, and reflective commentaries. There are also teachers like me. I ask my students to do this. I ask them to share the conversation that they had with an AI tool or ChatGPT in order to create an essay that they came up with. So yes, go ahead and use ChatGPT, yes, but tell me how you used it and tell me what are changes that you suggested, what was your involvement in it. Recent work from OECD also suggests the same thing, that AI is most valuable when it supports collaborative inquiry, dialogic learning, and knowledge construction. So used well, AI becomes another participant in the learning ecosystem in distributed cognition. So instead of asking, how do I explain this topic? Teachers need to increasingly ask, how do I help students think critically about this topic? How do I help them ask better questions? How do I help them evaluate competing explanations? Because when AI gives you competing explanations, it's a student who has to take a decision. How do I help them connect ideas across different sources of knowledge? And this requires different kind of literacy. That's what we're going to look at next. Earlier, when books came in and so on, we used to say someone who is literate is someone who can do the 3 R's. If you can read, write, and do a little bit of arithmetic, you are considered literacy. That was literacy now. Now we have to look at a different kind of literacy. Across the world, we see schools and colleges and universities are rushing to adopt AI tools. But perhaps we are doing the wrong thing first. This is not the first thing to do is not adopt tools. Before asking which AI platform to purchase or which chatbot to use, we should ask whether our students and teachers are AI literate. So it is AI literacy that there are lots of articles on the same thing where researchers say, develop AI literacy first before adopting AI tools. So if literacy in the 20th century was reading, writing, and arithmetic, AI literacy involves understanding how systems operate, how intelligent systems operate, where they are useful, where they are limited, how their outputs should be interpreted, and so on. I think the last part is the most important part, how their output should be interpreted. So AI literacy is much more than prompt engineering, much more than learning to write effective prompts. It's understanding how AI systems generate responses. We need to understand that it is not a person sitting there. So when we say ChatGPT feels or ChatGPT thinks or ChatGPT says, we are kind of trying to we're trying to make it a human being. What we need to understand is that it's just a machine that is stringing together words in the most identifiable pattern. That's it. So we need to understand how they generate responses. We need to recognize their limitations. We need to identify bias and hallucinations. Many times AI machines hallucinate. You ask it to talk about Kerala, I come from Kerala, it could talk about Bihar. Yeah, so sometimes there are hallucinations happening. So we need to be able to recognize hallucinations. We need to be able to understand bias because AI is strongly built on data that is available from what is typically called WAAR as an acronym. Data that AI has been fed into are predominantly from Western societies, from educated class, WEI, industrial, yes, and are rich and democratic. So it's largely this population that has fed the data is from this population that's come into AI. So we need to be able to recognize bias, evaluate the reliability of outputs, protecting privacy. These are all things that we should be teaching our teachers and students in order to be AI literate. UNESCO also has an AI literacy taxonomy or framework. It too considers AI literacy as a broader construct. It says it is beyond tools. It is not tool use, but it includes understanding AI, questioning AI, evaluating AI, understanding data, and recognizing bias. We were just talking about that, right? That we need to be able to ask questions like, who has access to AI? Who benefits from AI? Whose language appears in AI? This is why I was talking about that limited data set, primarily from the global north. Yeah? So whose language is there and whose knowledge comes in AI, whose values appear in AI. So it is, AI literacy actually means critical understanding of AI and not tool proficiency. Knowing how to handle a Claude or a Gemini is not really AI literacy. It goes much beyond that. And this is also why, if you notice, many literacy missions fail, because we think reading the word is what we need to teach our students. But what we need to understand is it's much more than reading the word. It has to be reading the world. We need to teach our students how to read the world. That is when they become AI literate. Yeah? And this shift requires us to rethink what we value in education. And that brings me to the last part of my talk. How should disciplines, and for us humanities, because I'm sure a majority of us are from humanities, how should disciplines like humanities and universities change? So I start with good news. I start with the news that we are not really, irrelevant. Universities and colleges and schools are not going to be scrapped. We're not going to become unimportant. We're still going to retain our significance. What we need to look at is, what are some intellectual activities that define the university? What exactly do we do in our schools and colleges and universities? And what happens when AI performs some of them? So if all we are doing is transmitting information in our classes, we have already seen that AI is doing it. So if information transmission is all that we are doing in the name of teaching, then obviously we are redundant. We are already outdated. We are already, going out of the window. We need to understand that educational institutions like universities no longer have a monopoly on knowledge production. So the purpose of education cannot be simply information transmission. We can remain valuable if we cultivate inquiry, dialogue, interpretation, debate, critique, imagination, ethical reasoning, and build intellectual independence. Because now AI participates in many of the activities that universities traditionally taught. And it is in this context that we move to take a relook at humanities. Humanities, I feel, are becoming more and not less. We are becoming more important because AI raises questions about meaning, about language, about ethics, creativity, and human identity. Large language models like ChatGPT raise profoundly humanistic questions like what is meaning? What is language? What is creativity? What is authorship? Can machines think? What is thinking then? Yeah. What is interpretation? What is consciousness? These have always been the concern of humanities. Therefore, I feel AI makes humanities more and not less important. And artificial intelligence is no longer simply a computer science problem. Its implications extend into education, linguistics, literature, philosophy, psychology, law, sociology, public policy, ethics, and the arts. No single discipline can adequately understand the technology that shapes every discipline. So this is something that shapes every discipline, and it has to be done by a multidisciplinary setup. And what we have on the slide now is Steve Jobs, who did not talk about AI. He was talking about technology, and that the best technology is something that combines humanities and technology. So, so I would like us to also think about interdisciplinarity coming in. So Catherine Elkins, the first person I was talking about in the previous slide, also like Steve Jobs argues that conversation about AI should not be left solely to computer scientists, engineers, or technology companies. She asks a question. She asks, who, if not us, yeah, who, if not the humanists, should help shape AI ethics, AI policy, AI governance, AI design, public understanding, and so on. Otherwise, decisions about language, culture, meaning, and values will be made by people who do not study them. Catherine Elkins says that decisions about language, culture, meaning, and values in the time of AI should be made with the people who study them professionally. And these are humanists. Humanities scholars should shape AI, and we should not merely respond to it. We should not be just using ChatGPT and responding to it, but we should be actually taking the initiative to change it. The third point I would like to make with regard to the last proposition is that AI puts us in this danger of encouraging us to value aspects of learning that can be measured, quantified, or automated. There is only some part of learning that can be quantified, right? Because education always had broader purposes. Education is concerned not just with academic achievement, 80%, 90%, 100%. That's not just what education is about. We are also concerned with human development, citizenship, dignity, creativity, social responsibility, and many of these outcomes that we value in education, like creativity, ethical reasoning, empathy, collaboration, civic responsibility, are all difficult to measure and impossible to reduce to simple metrics. So the challenge for universities is to not merely adopt AI, but to ensure that technological innovation remains aligned with broader educational goals. And what you're reading is Farida Shahid, the Special Rapporteur on Right to Education in the United Nations Human Research Council, who is calling for a move to human rights-based pedagogy. So this is something that we should be looking at too. So these recommendations highlight the fact that teachers should do what AI cannot. See, there are some things that AI can do. There are some things AI cannot do. What AI cannot do is where teachers should come in. And then there are some things that teachers cannot do, which is where AI should be brought in. Because artificial intelligence can recommend, but it cannot care. It can personalize instruction. Yes, it can really give you good individualized, personalized instruction, but it does not know the aspirations, fears, languages, cultures, or lived realities of the students who are sitting before us. Only teachers know that. And this is especially important for us in India in multilingual classrooms. And before I wind up, I would also like us to take a look at what India has in response to AI. As someone who works in multilingual educational context, I have always found that students in my classes who come from different parts of the country, different parts of the world, there are almost 60, 61 countries that send students to our university. We also have students from almost all the states in the country. Now, I find one aspect of AI particularly interesting, and I'm grateful for that, because for years Many learners have struggled because educational systems often expected them to think and read and write through a single language. Most of the time, English. Yeah. Today, AI-powered translation and multilingual tools support learners to move flexibly across languages. I have seen students use AI to clarify concepts in one language, their home language, discuss them in another, and then produce academic work in English. This is something that AI has been able to do. This reminds us that technology can sometimes extend participation rather than merely automate tasks. And what you're looking at on the screen on the left side are a little bit of details about Sarvam AI, which kind of works as ChatGPT, and Bhashini, which gives you speech to text, text to speech, translation across Indian languages, both done by AI for Bharat. Very useful tools. And in conclusion, I would like to leave you all with the way forward. I mean, a suggestion that I'm making for our way forward. A colleague recently asked me whether students will still write essays in the age of AI. I think that's the wrong question. Yeah? Students will certainly continue to write. The more important question we need to ask is, why are we asking them to write essays? If writing is simply a way of producing text, then AI can already do that. But if writing is a way of thinking, exploring ideas, developing a position, and discovering one's own voice, then writing remains as important as ever. The purpose changes, the value remains. And this is why I would like to end with something practical, what I call the human AI human framework. I feel that every meaningful learning should start with the human learner. It should not begin with technology. It should begin with the human, with curiosity, with questions, with connection to what we already know, with connection to our lived experience, our culture, with our language, with the problems that we are trying to solve. And only then we should invite AI into the learning process. So it doesn't work as a replacement for thinking, it works as a partner for thinking. So AI will then explain different ideas, difficult ideas, suggest alternative perspectives, generate examples, translate across languages, provide feedback, challenge your assumptions, expand participation by supporting creativity, accelerating inquiry. And then the learning journey should end where it began, back to the human learner. So the human learner then comes back to the learning part to reflect what AI has given you, to question what AI has given us, to evaluate, to discuss, to create, to make ethical decisions. And so the final stage is human judgment, and these are values that we need to be interested in. So these are some capabilities that we need to be instilling in our students in order to make them AI ready. Yeah. So when it's an AI first policy, these are capabilities, human capabilities that are required in an AI society. So I would like to then end by saying that the question is no longer whether AI should be introduced into education, because that's a no-brainer. We have to anyway introduce AI into education. The question is how education should evolve. How should education respond to it so that human values remain at the center of increasingly AI-mediated societies? And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for an absolutely enlightening session that truly highlighted the interdisciplinary core of our theme. Besides, you have successfully cured us from all the negativities centered around AI, especially the good news that we teachers are not going to be scrapped. We are incredibly fortunate to have your expertise guiding us today. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as we draw the inaugural session to a close, it is my pleasure to introduce the organizing secretary of the conference, Dr. Manish Kumar. Dr. Manish Kumar is Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of English at SKR College, Barbigha, under Munger University, Bihar, where he also coordinates the IQAC and NEP cells. He brings over 15 years of academic and research experience, specializing in applied linguistics, ELT, and language and technology. A dedicated academic leader, Dr. Kumar is the Secretary of the WAAR and founder president of two English Language Teachers Association of India chapters. His extensive publication records includes 3 authored books, 3 edited volumes, and over 15 peer-reviewed research papers. He frequently serves as a plenary speaker and session chair at international conferences, including forums at Tribhuvan University, Nepal. He is a life member of the Linguistic Society of India and Dravidian Linguistics Association. I would now request Dr. Manish Kumar to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha, for inviting me. Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Kumar, esteemed Principal, Professor Sanjay Kumar, distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Kshema, respected Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, our convener, Professor Bhavesh Chandra Pandey, honored guests, scholars, researchers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the close of this inaugural session of the second international conference on technological advances and English studies, interdisciplinary approaches, it's my pleasant duty to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those whose support and presence have made this conference truly memorable. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Sanjay Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Munger University, for his inspiring inaugural address and for his continued encouragement of academic and research activities within the university system. His words have provided us with a broader vision of the role of higher education in rapidly changing technological world. I express my deep appreciation to our to our guest of honor, Professor Sanjay Kumar, the principal of SKR College Barbigha, Munger University, for his valuable guidance and unwavering support in organizing this conference. I'm immensely grateful to Professor Kshema of the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, for delivering an insightful and insightful address. Her scholarly reflections have enriched our understanding of the intersections between technology and English studies and have set a stimulating tone for the sessions ahead. My sincere thanks are due to Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, President of World Association of Authors and Researchers, WAAR, for introducing the vision and mission of the association and for his constant support in promoting academic excellence and international collaboration. I would also like to thank our convener, Professor Bhavesh Chandra Pandey, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Head University Department of English, Munger University, for his warm welcome and for his invaluable leadership throughout planning of this conference. Our special thanks goes to Professor Prabha J. Bandan, Conference Chair, and all the members of the organizing committee, coordinators, session chairs, moderators, volunteers, all my colleagues at SKR College Barbigha, Munger University, and other colleges and universities, whose dedicated efforts have made this international gathering possible. The theme of this conference, Technological Advances and English Studies, Interdisciplinary Approaches, was inspired by the unprecedented transformations taking place in the fields of language, literature, communication, and education due to rapid technological development, particularly artificial intelligence and digital technologies. As English studies increasingly intersects with digital humanities, computational methods, online pedagogies, and digital cultures, it has become imperative for scholars to critically examine both opportunities and challenges emerging from these changes. The theme was therefore conceived to provide a platform for meaningful dialogue on how technology is reshaping research, teaching, creativity, authorship, and knowledge production. Its relevance lies in its timely engagement with contemporary academic concerns and its emphasis on fostering interdisciplinary perspectives that can help navigate the evolving relationship between technology and the humanities. We are deeply grateful to the World Association of Authors and Researchers, its Greater Toronto and Sheikhpura chapters, and SKR College Barbigha for their collaboration in organizing this conference and creating a platform for a meaningful academic dialogue. I also extend a warm welcome and sincere appreciation to all distinguished speakers, presenters, participants, research scholars, faculty members, and students who have joined us from different parts of India and across the world. Your presence reflects your shared commitment to advancing knowledge through interdisciplinary engagement. Finally, I thank Dr. Lisa Sinha for conducting this inaugural session with remarkable grace and professionalism. With these words of gratitude, I once again thank each one of you for your valuable contribution and wish all participants fruitful deliberations and enriching interactions in the forthcoming plenary and technical sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for expressing our gratitude to everyone who has made this global event possible. Dear distinguished guests and participants, this concludes the inaugural session of our conference. We thank all our dignitaries for taking the time to bless this occasion with their esteemed presence. We'll now take a brief 30-minute break. The parallel technical sessions will resume promptly at 12 noon in the respective virtual rooms. You can find the links too in the conference session schedule. And thank you for your continued presence. And I hope you all have an enriching conference experience. Thank you once again.
Hello, can you hear me okay? I would like to test my share screen if that's possible. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Is it okay if I just test my screen quickly, my share screen?
Yes, sure, sure.
Great, thank you so much. I just check it works. Is this showing okay?
Yes,
Great.
yes,
Is the slide changing?
yes, it's changing.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to check it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm here ready to present whenever I'm needed. Please let me know. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Give us a couple of minutes, then we'll start. If that's fine with you.
That's great. Thank you.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we'll start now.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I had a technical issue. Sorry for the delay. Thank you very much everyone and welcome. Should I start this session?
Welcome back, everyone, to the plenary session 1 of Second International Conference hosted by WAAR. My name is Dr. Lisha Sinha, and I have the distinct privilege of moderating this crucial plenary session. We further have the honor of Professor Dr. Hassan Abu Hasna presence as the chairperson of the plenary session. Before we officially commence the plenary session, I would like to take a brief moment to express our deepest gratitude to the organizing committee and our esteemed keynote speakers who have dedicated their time to enrich our knowledge today. This plenary session is designed to challenge conventional thinking, introduce groundbreaking perspectives, and provide a platform for high-level scholarly exchange. We are incredibly honored to have leading voices in their respective fields with us today. Now, it is time to move to the highlight of our gathering. We are incredibly honored to welcome our distinguished plenary speaker who joins us all the way from Hosei University in Tokyo, Japan. Please join me in welcoming Professor Robert Strout. Dr. Robert Strout is a Tokyo-based professor whose work examines how emerging technologies, particularly generative AI, are reshaping learning, communication, and knowledge practices in English studies. His research focuses on critical AI literacy, learner agency, and the human dimensions of technology-mediated pedagogy. An internationally recognized TEDx speaker, he supports educators in navigating innovation without losing the reflective, interpretive, and relational core of humanistic education. He is the founding editor of the University Grapevine, a global practitioner-focused publication and the creator of Cultural Club, an international virtual exchange program that fosters intercultural dialogue and collaborative meaning-making among learners worldwide. Today, Professor Stroud will guide us through a fascinating and highly relevant exploration titled The Way Behind Us, The Deep Ahead, Charting AI's Expanding Role in English Studies. Professor Stroud, the virtual floor is yours. We are eager to hear your insights.
Thank you very much indeed for such a warm introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful, great. Well, it's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me come along. As you heard, I am in Tokyo. I've been in Japan about 20 years now, teaching in higher education, but I'm originally from the UK and I travel a lot. So I present a lot around the world each year. So I'm trying to always get new perspectives and new visions of education and where technology may be taking it. So today I'll be talking about not only AI, but also for students, teachers, researchers, and authors, what directions we may be needing to take in the next few years, because it's been a long road with AI already, and the next 5 years or so may be very, very different. So I'd like to kind of touch on that today as well. So without further ado, I don't believe I have too much time, so I'm going to run through as quick as I can. Now I'm hoping my share screen will come up. Is this coming through okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So as you heard, the title is The Wake Behind Us, The Deep Ahead. So charting AI's expanding roles in English studies. So where have we been, where are we, and where are we going in terms of AI within studies right now? So I'll talk about the first wave. There are going to be 4 waves I'm going to discuss today. The first 2 or 3 you'll be very familiar with. So the first wave was this kind of impact of AI when it arrived, this amazing thing. Second was the panic button, when we all decided critical thinking was at risk. What kind of things do researchers and educators need to start focusing on? And this is probably where many of us are right now. I think the panic has kind of calmed down, and we're starting to think about, okay, where does AI actually lie within research and pedagogy as well? And what comes next? I'll discuss this at the end today. I think it's very important we have a vision of where we'll be going, what will be the next wave of technology or AI that hits us, perhaps in the next couple of years. So very quickly, let's summarize the first wave. What happened? Well, I think many of us remember AI suddenly coming onto phones. I mean, it's not a new technology, of course, but the accessibility and the personalized side of it had an enormous impact. And we were very mesmerized by this. Everything was exciting. You know, what can it do? Can it make my work life easier? It certainly can, right? But then things started to get out of control, didn't they? The gap between the information and the learning began to widen. And that's what led into this second wave. This time we started to think about, okay, what's actually happening with AI? This thing has come out of the box. We can't put it back. And well, a lot of us said this, it's making our students lazy. Perhaps it is, perhaps it was, but we are moving forward from this now. I think it changed into panic, didn't it? Maybe some of you still feel in this second wave right now. Perhaps it's time to move out of the second wave. As a researcher, certainly, and as a teacher, I would say. Not just saying, you know, students are cheating, they're getting more stupid, they're addicted to technology or to AI. Well, it's our job as a teacher to move forward from there because it's not going away, of course. So how do we deal with that in terms of research and how we teach and possibly assess our students? So this is the big part of what I'll talk about today, which is the third wave. And I think many of us are still in this wave. It may last a little bit longer. This is the mission that we're on now, to think very critically as educators, as authors, as publishers, about what AI is and where it belongs and how we need to change with it as well. So the 4 key areas are how we can connect better with students, how we can guide them a little bit better, reflection on the student's part as well, and assessment. This will be a big part of what I talk about at the end as well. How can we change how we assess people? So connection is the first one. Well, we need to think about ways of understanding what students are doing a bit better. One of them is thinking about their workflow support. So we need to sit with them more. We need to spend more time with them. I think many educators feel they're not sure what students are actually doing with AI. Diaries is becoming a big thing. Perhaps get some feedback or just general discussions with your students about what they're actually doing with AI at the moment. Level of feedback more now. And effective tracking, how they feel about the use of the technology rather than what they produce with it. So we've got to work towards things like their emotions, their confidence, when they feel frustrated by it. Now, one thing I developed, there's, sorry, one person with their microphone. I don't know how to turn it off. It's very loud. Yug. If they could go mute, it'd be very helpful. Thank you. This is something I developed called the AI engagement checklist for instructors. You are free to actually share this, to use it yourself if you like. You are. Thanks. Yeah, if you can keep the person's microphone off, it's very distracting. That's great. Thank you so much. That's much better. So this is the AI engagement checklist for instructors. And I produced this a couple of years ago, but it's still very valid in terms of not only teaching practices and understanding of students, but also potentially if you're thinking about this direction for research or publications into where AI should be heading with learning. Classroom engagement or learner engagement is always going to be a very good focus for AI research. So just to go through this very quickly, I won't have time today to go through it completely, but what I generally look at is how AI is affecting the behavior, the emotions, things like the cognitive processes, the critical thinking, the social interactions, and the agentic engagement. You know, are students being proactive because the technology is present? So generally, this is just a checklist to think about what your students are doing when you observe them. Because of AI, are they doing more or less work? You could say they were doing more, for example. They may be speaking more in class because you introduce technology. Perhaps you're not sure this means a no change or not sure. If they're participating more, if they're taking more chances. And perhaps there's less equal participation because of the introduction of AI. So from a research perspective, you could perhaps look at the impact of AI or technology being introduced into classroom settings, and then either having observational data or perhaps feedback from students to see what kind of impact that's having on their actual engagement, their real connection and efforts they're making with the learning. And this checklist is just a starting point. You can look at their emotions. Are they thinking more deeply? These are more difficult concepts to research, of course. I think behavioral engagement, you can just look at and see, right? Cognitions, emotions, you have to kind of ask them and make judgments on those things. But social engagement and agentic engagement, we can see those things as well. Because of the introduction of technology, are students talking to each other more? Are they asking the teacher more questions? How do we know that's happening or not? So has the introduction of the technology had a positive effect or a negative effect? And these are wonderfully important directions for research in the next few years with AI, as we certainly get away from thinking, wow, what can it do? What are the amazing functions it's capable of? That's kind of being overdone, in my opinion. What we really need to be looking at is the impact on the actual students themselves. What kind of reaction are they having to this technology being used? Those kind of articles will be much more publishable within the next couple of years, I guarantee you. And I'll skip over this, but just this, you know, if you have an observation scheme, this is a good starting point to think about if the technology is or isn't having a good impact on the learning process. So that's Connect. Some universities are going very far with this in Tokyo, actually. Actually, in Japan, Keio University have just launched the end of last year an initiative to really let students guide the learning processes that are going on in that university. So the AI environments are being shaped by the needs, habits, and the learning workflows of the students. And this kind of digital infrastructure is a very fluid, interesting environment they're playing with to try to look at how students really use AI and align that with the actual course design. So perhaps if you're a teacher and you're thinking about how can I research or publish or improve my classes or my courses with AI, perhaps you might consider letting the students guide how you do that, because they are the ones at the end of the day who are using AI. So they're active partners in shaping it within that university. It's a very interesting approach, and I've been following it closely. Not much feedback on what's actually happened yet, but I'll be very interested to find out in the next few months how it's gone. So it's very diverse. You know, you were talking about different disciplines, different subjects. It's not the same for every type of course as well. You know, if you're teaching a language, if you're teaching history, mathematics, a science subject, the way that students will be using AI will be different probably in all those cases. So the university here, Keio University, is looking across it as a large kind of study, and it's fantastic. So maybe as a teacher, you can do the same. Okay, so that's Connect. I'd like to talk about guidance for students. Perhaps maybe some of us are doing better than others. Some countries are certainly doing a lot better than others at this. Things like how much we allow students to use AI or technology for essays, for example, or written reports. Perhaps you might want to go as far as having kind of a contract with students, kind of agreements written with the students and what they can and cannot do or the impact of that. I'm not a fan of this. I think it creates a bit of distrust. And I think we need to just accept that students are going to use AI and we need to work with that rather than trying to block it. But this is one approach. And policies, contextual policies, thinking about what students need to be doing for specific courses and also specifically for certain assignments you've given them as well. And these all obviously offer wonderful amounts of research opportunities, very valid as well. Here's what I really like that TESOL have actually published a couple of times, just to give you an idea of a guideline. I'm not sure about your own teaching setting, your own institutes, perhaps your own policies personally about what students can and can't do with AI. But I think creating levels like this is a good start. For example, number 1 at the top, you would tell students for an assignment you gave them, you cannot use AI at any point for this assignment. Now, you would probably have to be around them a lot for that to happen because as soon as they're out of your sight, what's the first thing you'll do? Probably use AI, right? And it goes down to many different levels. For example, number 5 is AI exploration. It doesn't say use AI as much as you want. I don't think there should be a level that says that. But this one's telling them, if you can see the bottom line there, you should use AI creatively to solve the task, potentially co-designing new approaches with your instructor. So this is telling them you can use AI, but it's a partner, it's not leading you. So it's very important that we develop these kind of guidances. There's a huge amount of potential to publish on this stuff in the next few years. If you've developed your own scheme, I strongly recommend you to test it and get feedback and write perhaps a paper about it. There are a lot of books coming out about this stuff now. Stanford last year and into this year, very good university in the States, have been very good. I've been very much admiring the way they've handled the guidance. They've been very clear in defining exactly what needs to be done in each course and assignment level. They've given power to departments to actually set their boundaries. So rather than a top-down policy-making scheme, which I'm not a believer in, they're giving power to the departments and the teachers to actually come up with what these guidances should be for students. And it's assignment level, which is very important because each assignment is different, maybe has a different mode of presentation or, delivery. And the instructors, are actually required at Stanford to articulate what is and isn't allowed with AI to their students. So it's not something that they're just left to do. They are told specifically, you need to have these conversations with students. You need to guide them. And I still feel 2026, a lot of places are a little bit behind with this. And again, this makes good research and it makes very good teaching practices also. So reflection, I'll move on to this now. We need to keep students thinking. I think this is where my personal passion really comes with research and my presentations and my publications. Perhaps some of you there feel exactly the same way as the way I'm going to talk about AI right now. There are certain ways we can get students to think about the ways AI is good and is not so good in terms of things like the way we think and the way we analyze things. One great activity, for example, and this is very much a great thing you could publish on as well, is analyzing the difference between AI and human input and output. So, for example, something I've done with my students a lot is have them compare. So maybe something written, a paragraph or a song or a poem by AI, and one written by a human, and then they have a discussion, a debate, and actually write a report about the differences. So we're really digging deep with students to really reflect on what AI can and cannot give us and why the human can also remain important. Audits, very fun as well. You can have students, for example, create something with ChatGPT, maybe Claude, maybe with Copilot, maybe with Gemini, and then choose which ones they think is the best and why they think it's the best. And again, this is supporting critical thinking, not taking it away, which is what a lot of people are worried about right now. Prompt design challenges, I love these. For example, students can have just 2 prompts or 3 prompts to generate something as a competition in your classroom. And then they can vote on who created the best, for example, song with just 3 prompts. So they have to learn how to actually master the prompting and the technology, not be led by it. They have to gain control of it. Excellent teaching for students, makes very good research again. Fact checking, another good thing for reflection. As everybody here today knows, me as well, we cannot believe everything AI tells us, and AI will even tell you it made a mistake when you point out it made a mistake. Students still seem very unaware of that. So having them fact check about these things will definitely build up their sense of understanding of its limitations. And you can also have debates with students. Just talk to them. When is AI cheating? This is my favorite topic of the year with my students. What is cheating? What is not cheating? We get very deep into that topic, and it's fantastic for reflection, and you're really setting them up to move forward as people with the technology that's going to be around them a lot as they grow up. I've done a TED talk on this. I feel very passionate about keeping students thinking. It was titled "A Missing Piece in Today's AI World." This was about a year ago I did it, but it's still very valid. I also generated completely free teaching materials that you can get on my website. None of this costs anything. And the video is on YouTube. It's had about 100,000 views so far. Please feel free to share it with your students if this topic of reflection with your students is something you would very much like to push with them. So you can just go to www.robertstroud.org or get in touch with me. That's fine. I can help you with that. And I'm a big fan of the Prompt Engineering Championships. I don't know if you've heard of this. Actually in Dubai last year, I believe it's going ahead right now, or maybe have even finished now this year. Actually getting students or people, not just students within universities, people like engineers, artists, everybody to actually think about how to use AI. And it's a competition. So they have to actually learn the strategies, how to judge the use of AI, not just be passively led by it. They have to iterate and critique and refine all those prompts that they put in. And you can see different topics there, things about art, videos, gaming, coding. So we're really giving the power back to the human with these kinds of competitions. And creativity, that's what's human. That's what's being maintained in these competitions. And it evaluates the AI limitations and the failures. So we're also showing people AI can be wrong. We can master it though. It's an incredibly valuable tool, but you have to be in the driving seat. And it's also showing that, we have to really think about things. Metacognition, very important, not just automation and being led by AI. So again, perhaps wonderful opportunities for competitions for your students, perhaps research opportunities to publish about what you find with those things. So the last thing I'll come to, and this is a big one, is assessment. So let's have a think about what's happened with AI. Anyone in the room there today or online who's teaching writing courses, that could be language courses, that could be anything, that could be teaching science, history, anything at all, where you ask your students to give you something written. Now, things have become very hard, and we have to think about what we're really looking at in students now, because a product, just asking them to give us something, has become more difficult. In my opinion, I think those are kind of dead. I think we really have to now look at it in a very different way. So process. How are students learning? What decisions are they making as they go along? This could be a very, very good direction for teachers. The difficulty with this now, though, of course, is it could be a lot more work. And I think there's a lot of research needed in this area. If you can come up with a way to do this, I think you have a jackpot for research in terms of publications, perhaps even books. How can we move the way we assess students in a direction that supports the learning, but allows them to continue to use the technology they now have? And just looking at something they produce like an essay just won't do it. Oral defenses. So anyone who's done a master's or a PhD, you'll be very aware that you have to defend what you did, like an interview at the end. Perhaps we need to be moving more towards that. Again, the issue with that is time. Perhaps, though, some interesting things I've seen is you could have AI interview them. But I'm also a little bit skeptical about how you can defend that as well. But interesting. Checkpoints for AI-free use throughout your teaching or throughout your research projects. Have perhaps a class where AI is banned. It's not allowed. And you can really check in and see what they can and can't do when they're not allowed to be using it. That's another good way for us to assess things. And maybe go as far as to assess how well they can use AI as part of your actual course. So how well are they collaborating and using AI to get what they want? If you think that's a valid skill for their future, which I certainly do, perhaps it's time we start incorporating that into our own rubrics as well. So UNESCO last year, I'm going to include this article again because I don't think anything's changed since a year ago, had an article titled, "What's Worth Measuring? The Future of Assessment in the AI Age." And this still is a question we haven't quite answered. And I think this is going to take us a few more years. And some of us are going to be faster than others to answer this. So from recall to reasoning, not just memorizing, not just putting something down and learning it and putting it on a piece of paper or on a computer screen. We need to be looking at how students think, how creative they can be as well. And process, it's a huge thing. We really need to make sure that we're pushing students towards the way they think about things and not just looking at the way they produce something at the end of that journey, but all the things they did along the way. Authentic contexts. I'm not a huge fan of this, but I will explain it. UNESCO was talking about designing real-world, locally grounded tasks that AI cannot easily replicate. So it's talking about things like having students talk about their own life, perhaps things that AI wouldn't know so that they can't cheat with AI. I still think that's just a safeguard against AI, which we really should avoid doing, but it is an approach that's recommended, something you can research as well. And again, defense, dialogue, discussing with students. It's very obvious and very clear. I think many of you have known this. When you ask a student about something they produced that they did with AI, that they didn't do it. You can tell very quickly the way the discussion goes. And collaboration. Think about how they're using AI as well. The ethics of it. Do they understand what they're responsible for? Do they understand what it may or may not be doing to them by just completely relying on it. So these kind of things are very important for assessment. These are gold mines, in my opinion, for research in the next 3 to 5 years. We need to stop researching about what AI can do, and we need to start looking at these kind of things that students may be doing with it, and the way we need to be pushing them to actually put them in the right direction to prepare them for the future they've got coming. So that's the third wave. That's the way I've been presenting for the last 2 or 3 years. Obviously, I've been updating it as things have changed. And, you know, what we've talked about the first wave, the second wave, where we started to panic. The third wave, possibly where many of us are now. Where do we put it? But there is a fourth wave coming. And I think this is where you really want to be thinking as well. Not just where do we put AI, but what comes next? What is an AI world going to look like in 5 years from now? So if it's saturated, and I bet everybody here today is probably using AI in some form or another, I think it can be a very positive thing. I'm not anti-AI whatsoever. I think AI is fantastic, but you have to master it in a way that makes you more efficient, keeps you thinking, keeps you creative, keeps you humanity. But I do worry about what comes next if we're not careful as educators. So it could be this. The fourth wave could be about human AI co-creation. So how good are students at working together with AI to do things? It could be about the process assessment. I have a feeling this will be a very important thing in the next few years, and we will start to see a lot of publications, a lot of books, a lot of plenaries and keynotes talking about how we now assess students. And this goes across all disciplines. We need to keep the thinking there, and we need to look at what decisions they're making along their journey. Meta-learning focus could be another one. Teaching them directly how to think, how to learn, as you might call it. And the other one would be AI stewardship. So are they really being responsible with AI? Are they kind of just taking it and just using it as quickly as possible and not worrying about consequences or, you know, where everything's going? Because once they leave the classroom, if that's what they're doing, they may not go into a job that lets them do that. Perhaps they will, though. We don't know. But we need to be preparing them for the future. Sorry, the last thing I'll say is that I think it's going to be a combination of all these things. And my last message for you today is if you are thinking of researching AI, if you are thinking about publishing about it, perhaps thinking ahead where we're going with the way we assess students and the way we get them to think about it is definitely the way you'll get yourself published in the next few years, rather than just looking at what it can do, because I think we're slightly moving past that now. Anyway, I would just like to say thank you so much for having me come along today. My website is robertstroud.org. You can find me on Facebook and LinkedIn as well. And yes, thank you very much. And I'm afraid I will have to be going quite soon because I actually have another presentation online not too long. But thank you very much indeed for having me, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Robert Stroud, for such a brilliant, thought-provoking and timely address. Navigating the deep ahead of AI in English studies is a journey we are all actively living through. And your framework gives us an invaluable compass for the future. So we now open the floor for a brief question and answer session. In case if you have any question, kindly raise hand feature to engage directly with Professor Stroud, or you can type the question in the chat box.
I don't believe there's any questions in the chat, but we can obviously wait. Maybe they take some time to write if you are.
So, may I?
Please, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So while discussing, you were discussing that as we came to know, even when the previous keynote speaker was speaking, that students mainly go through AI. Before we answer them, they just quickly glance to their phone and get the answer, and then we shut ourselves, right? So we can see that they are lacking behavior, environmental, their emotional engagement is lacking, even the critical thinking is missing, right? And even you can see the social engagement also lacking. So in that case, if there is a negative impact of AI, especially in the student, between teacher and student relationship, so why are we giving a boost to why are we giving such a extra boost to AI? And if we take the weightage of this, we can see that, as you mentioned, the students are getting lazy, right? That the second wave you are talking about, and then we came across that we can integrate AI in positive manner, but still the majority of the students go for the second wave one. That makes us lazy ones. We can quickly glance through and get the answers. So what's your take in this?
I agree completely with what you've just said. And I think that's something that many teachers have found out during the last 2 or 3 years, isn't it? And I think a couple of things about that. Firstly, we do have control of our own learning environments. So if you're in a classroom, I don't think it's a good idea to just ban AI completely. I think you're fighting a fight that you won't win. You're going to create a lot of mistrust, a lot of unrealistic expectations. But what you can do is make sure that the thinking begins with humans. So some of the best teaching I've seen recently has been where teachers have said, okay, here's a discussion for today's class. Let's say we're going to discuss about marriage, or we're going to have a discussion about, what is happiness? Something quite deep. But please don't use your phone. Please put your phones away. You could even collect phones if you're comfortable with that. But tell them you will get it back, and you can have a chance to, look with AI and get some feedback. And we need to, in that way, place AI as what it really is, which is a supportive tool. And teachers have that ability to do that in the class. What you don't have the ability to do, as we all know, is do it when we can't see our students. So we have to rethink, in my opinion, we have to really rethink the way we assess students, because we're never going to beat it. We're never going to beat the way students can go home and just look up an answer quickly. We all do it too. If we need to learn how to fix my computer, I'm terrible with computers. If it breaks, I won't try and figure it out. I'll be straight on Gemini. How do I fix this? And I get an answer and it's great. So it's not an unnatural thing. But as educators and researchers, we certainly need to think about how do we maintain the thinking in terms of the way we design things. So things like portfolios, asking students to present their work is a very big thing. Asking them to actually show they really understand what they're doing will show students they can't do that anymore. But, it's a very difficult topic, but it's a great point to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just want to add to this question, the discussion that is going on. I just want to add, I think even being a teacher, I think that students are getting dependent on AI. Rather than using it as a supportive tool, means they are getting dependent on that. Everything, they are searching everything on AI only rather than thinking with themselves. So how can we train them? How can we help them to use AI as a supportive tool?
Great question. And I think a lot of people who have asked me that in the last 2 years, I've heard that question maybe 100 times now. And my answer has changed a little bit, but what I would say now is we have to stop trying to fight against AI. If you've got students who are using AI and you're constantly trying to catch them using AI, you've designed something wrong. Or why don't we just let them use AI? What would be the harm? And if you fight, okay, because they won't be able to do this, they won't be able to do that, there's always a potential, if we design things well, to push them even further. But what we need to do is bring those conversations into our classrooms. Students will be shocked. The first time you say, today, we're just going to use AI. And they'll be like, what? Is that okay? I'm like, let's see what happens. And as an educator, you'll learn a lot more about it too by letting them do that. I really think in the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to have two groups of teachers, in my opinion. We're going to have the ones who just keep punching back and keep fighting it. And we're going to have the ones who try to work around what's happening with students, who come up with new ideas and new ways to do things and build trust with their students using AI, because you cannot stop it. I've tried for a year, maybe. You cannot stop students using AI. They will always do it. So we have to start rethinking what comes next in the way in terms of way we're doing things as educators. It's not a great answer to your question, because I do agree with you. They are using it too much. They are depending on it.
So even I want my students, I'm not against AI, but I want them to use it creatively.
Sure.
I want them to kill their own creativity just by using AI. So I couldn't find out my way, any way for that. Being a teacher, even I want to find out, but I don't know how to guide them so that they can use it positively.
What I recommend is play with them. Put it on the screen if you have a screen. If you don't, just sit in the middle of your students with a computer and play. They'll love to see your vulnerability. They'll love to see your trust. They'll love to see your honesty with it. And they'll love to see that you're not good at it. My students laugh when I don't know what to do with it, because they're going to be the geniuses with AI as time goes along, not the educators. That's clear, right? But I would say just take a session. We don't take enough time right now to do that with students. Take some time to sit with them and just play, maybe 30 minutes of a class one day. And you'll feel better. You'll start to understand them better. And you'll get more creative ideas of where we need to go with this.
Sure, sir. So your session was very nice.
Thank you so much.
Session. I really enjoyed your session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. As we know that AI cannot completely replace human beings or professionals, but still, at what extent it may replace them? What do you think?
Another good question. I've heard a lot. Well, it can certainly know a lot more. I mean, and the speed is incredible. The way it can summarize things and give details to students. I teach language learners. I teach students learning English mainly, and management skills and business skills in Japan. So if they want an explanation of something very quickly, if they have a good AI literacy level, so they can prompt well, they can get a much better explanation than I can give them. And it's personalized. It can be to their level of understanding. If I have a room of 100 students, I cannot do that, but AI can. So I don't try to stop that. I don't think that's a problem with replacing me. The one thing you'll know that AI cannot replace, and this is clear across the world right now, is emotional connection. They know it's not it's a hollow thing. It's not a teacher. If AI says good job, it means nothing. If a teacher says good job, it means everything to a student. So we're not replaced by AI, but we shouldn't have tried to stop it, giving them those extra, bits of leads, I think. A great question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was a great session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions?
There's some in the
Well,
chat.
then I think that's the end of it. So,
Yeah,
thank you once again, Professor Stroud. You have really enriched and navigated the powerful waves of artificial intelligence and its deep transformative impact on the future of our field. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. And if I didn't have a chance to answer a question, you can contact me on my website. It's just robertstroud.org, and I'm sure to contact you back. So please enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Sure, thank you. Moving forward with our elite lineup of speakers, it is now an absolute pleasure to introduce our next distinguished plenary speaker, joining us from Sunway University in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Hassan Abu Hasna. Professor Dr. Abu Hasna is an Associate Professor in Educational Technology with extensive expertise in artificial intelligence in education, online learning, and digital pedagogy. His research investigates how emerging technologies can be meaningfully integrated into higher education to enhance teaching, assessment, and scholarly publication. A widely published researcher in Scopus and Wave of Science index journals, Dr. Abu Hasna's work addresses learners' engagement, instructional design, and the responsible use of AI. In addition to his research, he frequently conducts international workshops on scientific writing, systematic literature reviews, and AI-assisted research, advocating for AI as a tool to strengthen human creativity and critical inquiry. Today, his presentation is titled AI-Enhanced English Studies Education, Rethinking Writing, Assessment, Academic Integrity, and Human-Centered Pedagogy. Dr. Abu Hasna, we are absolutely thrilled to have your expertise with us today. The virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lisa. And it's a pleasure to be here today. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. It's visible.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right. Once again, thank you very much. It's a real honor to be here with you today on this important conference at the Technological Advances in English Studies. My talk today will be about AI-enhanced English studies education, but I don't want to speak about the tool itself, the machine, AI as a machine only. I want to speak about AI as something that is now changing our relationship with not only language, but education in general. As someone working in AI and education, I see this moment as a very serious moment where AI is no longer outside the classroom. It's already in our students' writing, reading, thinking, translation, and the culture itself. So today I want us to ask ourselves one question together. When machines can generate fluent language, what should remain deeply human? And I've heard from Prof. Rupert speech about what is the role for human in English studies. It's very interesting to hear because it's a continuous questions that everybody is asking. Now in this talk, I'll be talking about not only English studies, but as education in general, because in English studies today is not separated from the technology anymore. It is very connected to AI, digital humanities, creativity. I've heard from the audience about their critical thinking as well. It's a new way of producing knowledge. And this is why English studies must be part of the AI conversation. As I mentioned, not only the language, but education in general. This is not only a technical issue, it's a language issue. It's a writing issue. It is an authorship issue as well. So when AI writes, for example, a paragraph, we should not be only asking, is the paragraph correct? We should ask, what's the meaning behind it? Because we have not produced this kind of, essay or whatever, paragraph that AI produced. So whose voice is presented? What is the culture that is missing? What are the assumptions that are hidden? And this is why English studies has a powerful role to play in this era. Now, during the talk, my central argument today is very simple, which is that AI should not replace the humanistic score of English studies or education. Instead, it should push us to redesign our writing, redesign our assessment, redesign our pedagogy. That's why I always say that in my talks. We should treat AI as a technology. And when we treat it as a technology, pedagogy comes first. technology comes second and humans comes always. So I don't believe the answer is simply to ban AI. And I also don't believe we should accept AI blindly. So the real question is not AI or no AI. We should be asking ourselves, under what conditions can AI support a meaningful learning? And this is something that I usually use in my classroom, because I teach postgraduate, and their assessment mainly are written, essay, kind of assessment. So what I usually do is, I know they use ChatGPT or any generative AI tools. So I ask them to submit both the essay itself, which is maybe produced by AI, but along with that, I need to see their dialogue, their chat that they have created along with AI. For example, are they asking directly any generative AI to produce the assessment for them, or maybe give the structure, give summarized articles? For example, if they use Scopus AI is one of the tools that I always encourage my students to use, which is something that is brilliant in summarizing, thematic analysis kind of result that will enlighten student journey as a researchers. So in this talk, I will start with how AI is changing English studies. And then I'll discuss about the writing, because writing is where many of us already see the impact of AI. After that, I'll move to assessment. And then I'll talk about academic integrity. And then finally, I will end with the critical AI literacy, human-centered pedagogy. So this is not a technical talk about the algorithms, the machine itself. It's more about pedagogical talk about the language, learning, and human judgment always. Now, when we talk about English studies and how English studies is changing because of AI, is changing language production itself. Before, technology helped us to search and edit and check grammar. But now, generative AI can produce the text itself, and it can write essays. It can summarize a huge, thesis. It can translate paragraphs very accurately. It can also give feedback. It can act as a reviewer, as an external examiner, as you call it, So this changes something very important. We have treated students, or let's say we taught our students to write and to treat writing as an evidence of how they think. But now they could generally simply get a polished essay from ChatGPT, for example. But how this could be differentiated, because it's simply a flowing paragraph from their own voice is totally different if it's written by generative AI as well. So the question is, what remains human? If they can go simply write, give a background. I have teaching them to how to prompt, how to give a background, how to do zero shot, double shot. They are mastering their prompts nowadays. But eventually, what remains human is the judgment, the experience, the culture. So I can assume that AI generates language, but in English studies, it reminds us that language is never just words. It's a feeling. It is a story. It's a culture that you feel behind this written essays. So this is why writing actually matters. In English studies, writing is not only the final product. Writing is a let's call it a way of thinking. When the students write, they organize the ideas, they build their claims, and they choose what evidence they want to include. They also discover their own position. So from my point of view, the real danger is not simply AI writing as a producing knowledge, but the real danger is when students outsource their thinking process. And this is why, again, I asked to see both the product, the final product, as the assessment, and also the real dialogue that happens between them and generative AI, so that I could tell whether they are using thinking, critical thinking process, or they rely 100% on AI. And there is a big difference between using AI to improve the clarity, to improve the language, especially for non-native speakers. Now, if the students write first, then use AI to receive feedback, this can actually support the learning process. But if they write everything from the beginning, from the scratch, really 100%, then the student may submit a product without even reading the essay itself. This is the real problem that I can actually tell. And this is why, again, it's part of the assessment itself. It's part of the evaluation that I could see both the final product and the way that how they interact with generative AI. Now, the same AI tool could either support learning or produce a biased learning. Now, if a student asks, write me an essay for me and in this particular topic, the essay may exist, but there's no thinking behind it. There's no story behind it. The thinking of the students are missing. But if the students, for example, say, here's my draft, please critique, and maybe the student will go to Scopus AI, collect some meaningful articles, related, relevant articles to their topic, and then provide it to AI to summarize, give a structure, how to write, then AI becomes a thinking partner. This is what I always encourage the students, and this is what I teach in my classroom. So I show them how to use AI responsibly, ethically. Then your human judgment is always there, right? So it's not our goal as educators to only ask, did you use AI in producing this assessment? So the goal is, how did you use it? Show me, how did you use it? Show me evidence that you have not relied 100% in this kind of generative AI. So it's not banned, but it is to be used with conditions. Now, this is also why we need to make our writing journey more visible. Now, if the final essay is no longer enough, when we need to see the process behind it, we always ask students to show the original idea. I personally ask them to draft, show me the structure, and show me the AI feedback they received from generative AI tools. And I'll compare that with the final product, the final assessment they actually submit. And then if this is different, the way of their writing is different, then I will judge them as AI partners, not just a writing machine. So I always ask them at the end of the class, because I mainly teach AI in education and how AI changes the way of teachers, mainly because I teach educators. So I always say, what do you think changed when you use generative AI responsibly? And why did it change? What did you learn from the whole process? This is a very important question because it moves beyond the assessment. Assessment is not only a judgment stage. I need them to understand that this is a learning process. I want them to understand that the AI is there to strengthen their critical thinking, not the other way around. And this is why I always talk about assessment, because assessment is, as I mentioned, is the final product where they could show whether they have learned something from AI. I used to give them tasks, for example, give the students an AI-generated interpretation of that poem, for example, and also use to provide them with a different generative AI tools. For example, this task, I give it to my postgraduate students, my DED students, and then I'll ask them to differentiate if they notice something different from, for example, generative AI, notebook LM. What's the difference between these two tools? Being, exposed to this kind of AI, generative AI tools, they will be able to critique AI itself, how the system works. Now, when we talk about academic integrity beyond the detection, it's not also about the AI report, what Turnitin report has produced as an evidence for them, because, and it happens, it's not accurate. The AI or Turnitin report is not an accurate tool that we could actually judge. And that is why we can see huge publishing houses like Elsevier now allowing researchers to use AI with some conditions and policy. But we need to acknowledge that. So it's not about the report itself. It's about whether they really understand the way behind it. They really understand that integrity must be designed through how transparent they are, how the process itself about their education, whether they have learned something from generative AI instead of just relaying 100%. And then at the end, AI has awarded the master degree or the PhD degree. So that is why also it's your responsibility as a teacher, as an educator, as a researcher to use assessment that is relevant. So using assessment specifically with AI policy, we really need to look into redesigning our curriculum, redesigning our pedagogy, what learning outcomes is being assessed, can AI support brainstorming, translation, grammar feedback. So what is allowed, what is not allowed, the way that the disclosure of the use of AI, the way that they acknowledge, the student, they acknowledge, I have using, for example, ChatGPT for what purpose, and also show the evidence. As I mentioned, it's not only the final product or the assessment, they need to submit both the assessment and the dialogue between whatever generative AI that they have used. Now, part of the journey as well as educators is to show them how the system works and how, for example, generative AI are environment friendly. Is it something that is sustainable for education? Is it something that we could simply use for no cost? I believe the students are not aware of, they say maybe ChatGPT will charge us $20 USD every month, and that's all. But there's a huge, cost under the table. They don't know how the system works, how it could affect the environment, it could affect the economy. So they need to be aware of who created this tool, what data and culture are presented. Is there any evidence supported in the answer? Is it a correct answer? Is it bias? Is it something ethical? So they need to ask themselves before going to generative AI and generate questions or answers for the assessment. So as I mentioned, human judgment is always very crucial, very important. And I always say pedagogy first, technology second, and human always. We need to teach the students that is not, if they submit the assessment, whether they pass or not, this is not the final judgment. We need to make them feel responsible for their assessment. We are producing another generation of researchers, educators, so they need to be aware of what's happening. So your role as a teacher is to redesign the whole system, redesign the pedagogy to be relevant with their exposure to technology and AI. At the same time, this needs to be along with their language, their culture, their society, and also producing evidence that they have used this ethically, not only the report. The report doesn't mean anything. In my classes, I have local Malaysian students, and I also have foreigners from US, from South Africa. Their writing is perfect. So when when their assessment goes to the system, the Turnitin shows me that it's 100% AI. But I do believe that it's not correct. So we don't rely on this kind of, evaluation tools, because there's no, as far as I know, there's no tool that could actually judge the students' written assessment, whether it's accurate or not. Also, we should treat equity, where different countries are not having the same exposure to technology. For example, in the Middle East, there are lack of technology, there lack of exposure to technology when it comes to language itself, where English, for example, is a powerful language, because majority of these generative AI tools are designed and they are built in English language. When it comes to other languages, it could be biased somehow. And also the power of the AI outputs. What are the data sets they use, the institutions, the market, and the cultural assumptions. Not all students are exposed to, for example, access to databases like Scopus, Web of Science. So the access of knowledge is different. The power of accessing knowledge from you in India is different from someone like me in Malaysia, in UK, in the Middle East. So we should bear in mind these kind of questions. So the ethical question is, who benefits from these databases? Are they provided with equal opportunities? So as a practical roadmap for educators, we need to audit the assessments, which takes the product only. For example, we need to even relook into the role of teachers. Teachers are not someone who is responsible to transfer knowledge anymore. The knowledge is there. Maybe students have more knowledge or more exposure about the topic than you as educators. So we need to redesign the pedagogy to be relevant to what we are teaching. We need to define AI boundaries, what is allowed, what is not allowed, in terms of ethical issues as well. We also need to process evidences, as I mentioned. Show me the draft, show me the prompts behind the dialogue between you and the generative AI. And the students, are they able to differentiate between, for example, two different generative AI tools, Notebook LM, ChatGPT, you name it. And also students, are they able to evaluate AI outputs the way that we see it as educators, not just copy and paste material? And finally, how to protect their voices, their stories, their culture, their language, because I believe every person has a unique way of showing, their stories, telling their stories, and how they do in their assessment as well. So what English studies can, sorry. I don't know if you can still see my screen.
No, we cannot see.
What about now?
Yes, it's fine.
All right. Okay. So we should be, as a conclusion for my talk, looking at the product itself instead of the process. It's not only, sorry, we should be looking at the process over the product. Not only the product, the final product, we should be looking at the critical thinking, whether they are able to understand the system, where they are able to see the hidden message behind their assessment, the essay, the story. So it's also voice over imitation, the ethics over detection. Is not. I tell them I don't look at the AI Tenet and report anymore. I look at the way that you write, because I could simply align that with the way that you interact in the classroom. So if they are somehow balanced, then I see no problem. Even if you don't talk much during the classroom, but I see the way that you think in your dialogue with generative AI tools, then this is okay. And finally, humanity over efficiency. I always tell them, if AI can generate text, but it cannot replace human. It cannot replace your story, your experience, your history. All right. So it's not about the final product. It's about the process. It's about how you interact, how you understand the system. It's not about the report. It's not about the mark as well. It's about you, whether you have achieved some knowledge through this experience, or is it just a copy-paste, a meaningless process? All right. Thank you very much. That's all about my talk. And now I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Is the floor is open for the questions. Please type your questions in the chat box or use the raise hand feature.
I do have some questions that I want to ask, but I want to hear from you guys first.
Yes, Saniana, please go ahead.
Sure, my question on academic integrity and surveillance, the concept panopticon. Foucault wrote extensively about institutional surveillance and the policing of normalcy. As university deploy AI detection software to enforce academic integrity, aren't we turning the English classroom into a digital panopticon, where the focus shifts from human-centered pedagogy to a disciplinary regime of suspicion and policing?
I don't know if I understand your question correctly, but I always tell this example. The policy itself, whether it's an educational institution or a publishing house, it should be relevant to what knowledge we have, what technology we have. For example, Elsevier recently exposed their policy about AI and how they accept AI to be included in their publications. But some universities are yet to accept this policy, and they set some percentages. For example, in cases, they would allow 20%, not more. But the thing is, there's no accurate tool that could detect the actual AI detection. So we should be looking into something like what Elsevier has done. Instead of complicating the issue, providing something more practical. So universities should look into the way that researchers write, researchers acknowledge their use of the technological tool that they have used. For example, I acknowledge the use of ChatGPT. For what purpose? I have used ChatGPT to edit, proofread, maybe summarize, giving a structure instead of just copy and paste from the tool itself. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Professor Abu Hasna, you are going to ask us some few questions. So
yes,
yeah.
I could simply ask whether do you agree that we should ban AI in writing classes, especially in writing classes? Should we ban AI or should we balance the use of AI? I mean, I need examples. As a researcher, as an educator, how do you see the future of AI, especially in writing classes?
Sir, if I personally present my, yeah, please, ma'am, please go
So
ahead.
I just want to add to this session that we have discussed even in earlier session that AI should be used as a supportive tool. It shouldn't be banned. Just in the previous sessions, we have discussed that we should take it creatively. Means we should use it along with our education. Rather, than it's not possible to ban. We need to accept technology. We are living in a technological world. We can't deny it. The previous speaker has given a remarkable example that when the calculators came, so we all were afraid of that. The same is the case with AI. We are a bit reluctant. No doubt, it's there is a changes. It's means we are dependent on that. Our students are getting dependent on that, but we need to guide them. We need to guide them properly, that it should be used as a tool to enhance our creativity rather than destroying our creativity. So we should enslave AI for our growth. This is what I feel.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah.
This is
the
what
way
I
that
feel.
think.
And we can't deny it. We are living in a world where we should accept technology. And why should we ban it? I don't think. Even we are using, we should encourage them. As you have said in your session, that we should encourage our students.
Exactly. So it's always about the teaching our students how to use AI responsibly.
We need to change our teaching strategies. We can't ban anything. So being a teacher, being a human, AI is developed by us, so we can change it. We can change it accordingly. We can change our teaching strategies. We can make our students learn AI properly.
Then you as an educator, how do you make sure that your students actually use AI responsibly?
So this is what I asked in last session. I want my students to use them responsibly. What they are using, they are just depending on AI. This is what I asked in the previous session.
Exactly, and this is why
being educator, I am
students.
using AI. So when I am in a hurry, I just frame questions from that rather than framing myself, rather than enhancing my own vocabulary skills, or creativity, or whatever. So even I am using AI. So even we are being teachers, we are getting dependent on that.
Correct. But we also want to make sure that there is a balance out there, and it's not going to affect our student thinking and critical thinking. So we should be asking the responsible use from our students and us as educators. Thank you very much. Excellent.
I would like to add something. I really loved your session, sir. It was very planned session, very brief, full of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank
you. May I add something to the discussion, if
Please.
I'm allowed? Yeah, first of all, sir, your session was really very insightful and interesting. And adding to your previous discussion, I would like to add that, yes, I would just give an example. Like we teach writing skills. So in writing skills, if we want our students to use AI in writing skills and not copying and pasting what the AI has given them, we can ask them to brainstorm. Suppose we give an article, we give them an article to write. We can ask them to brainstorm, take the help of AI to brainstorm, to outline, and then come up with their own article using those brainstorming ideas and outlining the entire structure. So this is how we can ask students to use AI in English classroom, but at the same time, they are not copying and pasting. They are using it constructively. I hope this is just one example through which we can encourage them to use AI, at the same time not copying and pasting.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you
I
so
would
much.
like to add. I would like to add to it in response to the first question of Professor Hassan. That thinking of in the age of AI, if we think of banning it, it's just like imagining the life without mobile phones these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, one finds himself or herself incomplete without a mobile phone. So is the situation in case of AI. Without AI, everyone feels handicapped these days.
Exactly. I also like the example of the calculators. I always say that in my classroom as well. When the calculators came out, mathematics teachers went very, went crazy. They don't want to use calculators. They claim that it's taking our jobs, their jobs. And same for AI. They claim that AI is taking teachers' job, but it's not taking anyone's jobs. Instead, the teachers with AI knowledge will be more exposed to jobs in the future rather than teachers who refuse or ban AI. This is what I conclude. Thank you very much.
It has made us equipped better, in fact.
Exactly. I see it as a way that it actually enhances critical thinking students, not the other way around, because it exposed them to new ideas, new solutions, new angles of reading the articles, instead of just depending 100% on the human. Instead of wasting 1 month of writing 2 or 3 articles, in few minutes, you can summarize 100 of articles using trusted generative AI tools like Scopus AI.
So, Professor Hassan, do you have any answer to the question that you yourself posed? Like how to use it in a balanced manner?
Yes, of course. What I usually do in my classroom and in my supervision for my postgraduate students, I tell them to not blindly use AI without critical thinking. So pedagogy first, technology second, humans always. Even if you produce from Scopus AI, from ChatGPT, Notebook LM, doesn't matter the quality of the tool itself, but there's always must be a human judgment. So it's a great tool, it's a great thinking partner when it comes to summarizing, structure, maybe sometimes thematic analysis kind of analysis partner as well, but there's always must be room for human judgment, editing, proofreading for you as a researchers to make sure that your voice is there, your tone, your academic tone is there, your story, your culture is there. So, going through this process is going to be a balanced, not 100% relying on these kind of tools.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan Abu Hassana, for
Thank
such an
you.
exceptional, timely, and deeply reflective presentation. Especially your take on AI as technology, which comes second, and pedagogy comes first, is reflective indeed. Yet at the same time, our discussion on balancing, not banning the AI, the use of AI is fruitful indeed. Thank you. Thank you once again. So
Thank you very much.
we move forward in our distinguished lineup of global scholars. It is now my absolute privilege to introduce our next plenary speaker, joining us from United States University, Dr. Shireen Shafei Ibrahimi. Dr. Shireen Shafei Ibrahimi is a professor of education and an inspiring public speaker, specializing in educational technology and AI-supported pedagogies. With extensive international experience in higher education, her research explores how mobile applications and artificial intelligence can be ethically integrated into language instruction to enhance student autonomy and engagement. A passionate advocate for innovative, student-centered learning, Dr. Ibrahimi is dedicated to shaping the future of education in a rapidly evolving digital world. Today, she joins our Global Assembly to dive into the core theme of a definitive monograph, Mastering English on the Go. Her address is titled Mastering English on the Go, the Ultimate Guide to Mobile Apps for Language Instruction. Dr. Ibrahimi, we are deeply honored to have your expertise with us today. The virtual floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I am happy to be among you. Good morning, everybody. I hope that you're enjoying the sessions. It is about 4 a.m. here, and I feel so privileged to be among scholars like you at this time. Before everything, I would like to share my screen so that we can all see my slides. All right. So are you seeing my screen now?
Yes.
That's great. Wonderful. Okay, so as you mentioned, today I am going to give you an insight. If we don't want to look like losers, we better make that change in ourselves first. We can do so by reading some books or articles that are being published every year, and they are giving us more deep insight to what is going on in the world of technology. Researchers also in the field of TESOL, computer-assisted language learning, MAL, mobile applications language learning, and let's say in general, linguistics would use this book to their best. And the last but not the least, obviously, if I don't say the first, curriculum designers and educational technology developers. Why I use them at the end? Because let's say educational technologies are the bridge between teachers and the computer scientists. We can use each chapter independently based on the instructional needs. As an example, if we are teaching written communication, we can directly go to the chapters are coming out. But once that it is effective, we can at least know that this particular application is using best. It is one of the best. We can apply these research findings directly to our teaching practice because those applications were selected and finalized by research. They are trusted. And then we can actually guide our students to use those effective applications in their autonomous learning. Because today, in 21st century, the role of the teacher is only to be the facilitator. We are not the sole speaker in class or the sole authority in class like the previous century anymore. So we have to keep that learner-centered approach in mind when we want to look at the most effective mobile application, their language learning. Let me give you an overview of the first chapter. We are going to preview each chapter one by one. Chapter 1 speaks about applications for English language skills instruction in general. So here I talk about the overview of mobile applications for language learning. I also provide theoretical frameworks linking language acquisition and mobile technology. This theoretical framework can be from behaviorism, which focuses on repetition, constructivism theory, which focuses on active learner. Teacher, you can right away go to this chapter and review the listening focused mobile applications. This chapter, like any other following chapter, is a research by its own, is a piece of research by its own. And the research methodology and with research methodology and data analysis, and also with the results and discussions. At the end, I provided some insight and implications for classroom and independent listening practice. In this chapter, like the other following chapters, I used more than 150 participants from diverse background with the stratified sampling. These students were from university, from elementary, from high school, from language institutions, so that I can cover all ranges of students. They were from different backgrounds, checked and language proficiency, checked by common European framework of references and Canadian language benchmark. There are also other assessment like IELTS or TOEFL exams that can clarify the level of the students. So there was a pilot study of all these students to make sure that these students are from varieties of backgrounds and proficiency, and also age groups, because mobile applications are not being used only with one certain group of learners. Everyone who has phone on their hands can download any applications. Also, for the teacher's perspective, I asked both novice and experienced teachers to provide insights and give me feedback about the applications that they use or they find useful. So you can see that a mixed method design was used, both qualitative and quantitative method, by using semi-structured interview as well as the statistical part. So we can say that at the end, the applications that were used were of highly advisable or recommended to be used by teachers and learners. In the following chapter, I dedicated the whole chapter to the effective applications for enhancing speaking skill. Again, in this chapter, I analyzed speaking-oriented mobile applications. I selected these, each one of these applications by downloading so many, maybe tens and hundreds of different applications on my phone, and trying all of them one by one to select the best based on a series of criteria. These criteria could be adaptability across proficiency levels, affordability if they are free of charge or very cheap for all users to get benefit from them. Accessibility, if all of them are being able to be downloaded on both iOS and Android platforms, and also being a light software to take low space rather than a heavy software. It would also be user-friendly and easy to use. And also, the most important factor, provide meaningful feedback at the end. So many of the applications that use AI these days would provide feedback. But the earlier versions of applications that do not use AI might not provide a comprehensive feedback. So as I mentioned, day by day, you can find better and better and most effective applications coming to the market. These empirical findings on speaking skill provided fluency and pronunciation development. Because in speaking, these are the two important factors to develop speaking skill. Also, you can see that there is a discussion of pedagogical effectiveness of the applications in this chapter. So there are some guidelines at the end of the chapter, like any other chapters, for instructional implementation. So these strategies are used or introduced to teachers to use these applications. Sometimes listening and speaking might be challenging for the students, particularly if they are from different accents, or if they want to take some exams like IELTS or TOEFL, then you will see that they would want to practice more, and some AI used applications might be able to have a conversation with the learner. But the earlier mobile applications did not have that luxury. Let's move on to chapter 4. Chapter 4 is about reading skills, mobile applications that can enhance reading skills. In this chapter, you can see an evaluation of mobile applications for reading comprehension. So rather than textbooks and all those old style books that had these series of comprehension questions, multiple choice question, fill in the blank questions at the end after the reading passage, we can make it more engaging by use of mobile applications. Today, our students would love to use their mobile applications. And if they like to study using their mobiles, let's provide them with that platform as well. So in this chapter, I did the research for reading skill particularly. Why these skills are different and segregated? Because one mobile application that can be useful for, let's say, speaking, but might not be that effective for reading or writing. So these applications are designed only for, let's say, speaking, and another application might benefit some positive aspects to influence learners' reading skill. So these research results and interpretation can be seen in this chapter, and the strengths and the limitations of every mobile application was explained thoroughly in this chapter. Again, at the end of the chapter, I introduced some strategies for classroom integration as well as beyond the classroom strategies that teachers can introduce to their learners, to their students, to benefit these applications mostly. Finally, let's speak about writing skill. There, you can find an assessment of mobile applications for writing development. I remember that writing is one of the most challenging skills for language students, particularly EFL or ESL students. Dr. Hassan just explained that those students who are coming from English as the first language countries might be better writers, as he said. But it is not really because they are using AI, but simply because it is their mother tongue. And the circle of vocabulary that they have and the accuracy of the grammar that they use might be slightly more, let's say, easier for them to use than EFL or ESL students. So the impact on accuracy, organization, and finally, most importantly, feedback again is discussed in this chapter. So not only accuracy, using the right word choice, using the right grammatical point and structure, using the right organization and transitional words, but also, again, we see the role of feedback. Those applications that use AI today are able to provide feedbacks. Previously, the applications belonging to the previous technological generation, they would only tell us if this answer is right or wrong, or if a student would write a paragraph, or let's say only a sentence, depending on the language proficiency, if that sentence, that paragraph was written accurately or not. But today, the applications might also provide the students with some feedback, how to improve their writing, how to make some changes, how to paraphrase, and they would suggest some other ways that would bring a higher band score for the student. Again, this was based on the research, and all the conclusions in this book, all the applications that are introduced as the most effective ones are based on research. And at the end, you can find some support for learners to be autonomous learners and to see how they can extend their own skills better. This is again about extended practice. If before our teachers would give us a topic as an assignment that we can write at home, and then for the next day, we would hand over to the teacher to take home to mark it. Today, mobile applications that are connected to AI would provide us with instant feedback while our mind is engaged with the topic to get the feedback and correct our own writing. Isn't that amazing? So as a conclusion, we can find some identification of high impact mobile applications for each of these language skills. We can also find some evidence-based guidance for teachers and also for students. There is a contribution to effective mobile assisted language learning practice as well in this chapter, and there are directions for future research and app development. Again, to be good teachers, we should not only wait for computer scientists and coders and programmers to make the right application for us, but the world is going toward using AI. And if we don't know a little bit of programming, we cannot call ourselves good teachers. We need to change our role to be good facilitator for our students. You can find the Taylor and Francis link of my book through the QR code here. Now the floor is open for discussion if you would want to know more about these mobile applications in particular. Thank you so much for the time.
If there are any questions, are there any questions?
Ma'am, question. I have written the question in the chat box.
All right. Chat box.
So my question is, kindly recommend one or two applications for improving communication skill for the students. Ma'am,
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody in this community that have ever used mobile applications in their classes? Is there any recommendation? I want to hear from you what applications you are using, if you are using, and then I will give you my research and what I found. Do we use mobiles at all in classes? Are they allowed to be used in classes? Because I know in some countries, use of mobile devices are banned to be used in classrooms. So you are not using mobile applications. I suggest that let's start using them. They make our life easier. As you mentioned, we are talking about AI, right? But why we are going so far, why we are going to use AI and provide the right prompt to get the right answer. There are varieties of mobile applications that can make our life easy. Our friend asked about some suggestions for teaching conversation and speaking skill. I think that Rosetta Stone is one of the applications that can enhance our teaching as well as learning for the students. So in general, there are like, let me tell you, Rosetta Stone evolved so much throughout years, and you can always update it. There are updates. It is for many applications if they are using AI. If these applications are connected to AI, once in a while you can find the update. Hello Talk as well as SpeechLink are also some of the applications that you can use for enhancing speaking and providing students with some, let's say, extracurricular, extra classroom activities with. I hope that I answered your question. Okay, I can see some questions in the chat box. All right, how do you look at learning through constructive and generative grammar? Let's talk about this for one more time. As you know, we don't have an English language anymore based on general linguists. We believe in Englishes. You might be surprised that English is an adjective, why she's using plural form for that. But today, linguists all agree on Englishes rather than one sole BBC English. We have varieties of them that all of them are correct. There is no wrong or right grammar or structure any longer. You can find those grammars in the grammar books that were written in 1990s, 1980s, in, let's say, 20 years ago. But these days, we believe that any structure that can convey the message would be the right one. So the key is building this connection and conversation. If I am able to convey my message in a way that my addressee would understand me, that the structure is right. So today we have the role of confidence that is added to the scenery. But there are, of course, some exams like final exams at the schools, or there are some exams like maybe IELTS or TOEFL, that they are searching for particular structures. That is another story. Again, in those tests today, grammar is embedded and there is no separate section for grammar testing anymore, right? So I guess grammar would fall into writing section and is a part of writing mobile applications that you can find grammatical teaching or learning as well. Is there any other points that you want to share? I am also so eager to hear from you. Or if you agree or disagree with me, let's discuss about it. Okay, so another question is, can you please repeat the name of the application, or might be write it in the chat box? Sure. So I mentioned the name of the applications for speaking. First of all, it was Rosetta Stone. And the other ones are Hello Talk and also SpeechLink, which you can use in your classes and you can introduce to your students. These are only some samples of many. Oh, thank you, Sandeep, for helping me. In order to improve our writing skill, which applications can we refer to? Okay, so Grammarly again is one of them. As I mentioned, grammar, it would be a part of writing applications. Okay, so Grammarly can be one of them. Again, Grammarly these days is using AI. So once that you write your text, it can be a sentence, or it can be a paragraph, or the full essay. Then on the spot, Grammarly can check your writing and provides you with better word choice or grammar structure, or it can also even rephrase your whole sentence. Paraphrasing is a part of Grammarly these days if you update your software. And also ProWriting Aid can be another application that you would want to suggest to your students. This would provide the students with some feedback on the spot. So one of the main characteristics or criteria that these applications were chosen were providing feedback on the spot. And also maybe Hemingway Editor is another good application that you might want to use in your writing classes. Very good. Yes, Dr. Hassan says that he uses Quillbot. It is really amazing. It is a very good even add-on. The add-on extension also exists that you can just download on your Chrome. It would work best on Chrome. And it is, yes, one of the good ones. I agree with you, Dr. Hassan. Amazing. Yes, so apart from Grammarly and Quillbot, can you suggest other options as well? As I mentioned, ProWriting Aid is another one, and also Hemingway Editor might be useful. You can just search around and see the differences. Okay, no more questions in the chat box. If the floor is open, if you have anything that you want to share with me, I would love to learn from you as well. I hope that you found the session helpful.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for inviting me for this session.
Thank you so much, Bhaveš, for such a brilliant, tactical, and illuminating address. The preview of the chapters of your monograph is enriching. The insights into how mobile applications can serve as a robust pedagogical tool without losing the irreplaceable value of a great teacher give our global ELT community exactly what we need to safely navigate 21st century digital instruction. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
It was indeed an extraordinary multidimensional discussion. Now, as we come to the end of the session, I would like to call upon the chairperson of the plenary session, Professor Hassan Abu Hasna, for his presidential remarks.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Shireen. It was a very meaningful session. I think the main message is very clear. Technology and AI are no longer outside our classrooms. They are now part of how we think, how we write, how we create our assessment, how we involve ethics as well. For me, English studies remains very important in this era, AI era. We need to protect our human voice, critical thinking, our culture, our stories, and also our academic responsibility as well. So AI can support learning, but it should not replace the human judgment as well. As I always say, pedagogy first, technology second, and human always. Thank you again to organizers, the host, Dr. Lisha, the speakers, Prof. Shireen, Prof. Report, and all the participants for this valuable sessions. I hope the discussion continue through the future collaboration. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Professor Hasna. Next, I would like to call upon Professor Bhavesh Chandra Pandey for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. We had a very meaningful session in which three speakers one from Tokyo, another from US, and third from Malaysia presented their papers, and all the participants have got enlightened by their presentation. And I would like to thank, first of all, Professor Robert Strood from Tokyo, Japan, for his presentation on the topic, The Wake Behind Us, the Deep Ahead, Charting AI's Expanding Role in English Studies. Then, of course, my thanks are due to Professor Hassan Abu Hassan from Malaysia, who presented his paper on AI-enhanced English studies education, rethinking writing, assessment, academic integrity, and human-centered pedagogy. And my thanks also go to Professor Sireen Safi Ibrahimi from the US for her presentation on mastering English on the go, the ultimate guide to mobile apps for language instruction. All these papers must have proved very much enlightening and of much practical use for the participants. As we are running behind time, I won't take much time. I would thank all the participants and all the speakers, and of course the president of World Association of Authors and Researchers, and of course the organizing secretary and Lisa, who has been very much meticulously conducting this session. So thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. That concludes us for today's plenary session. To our audience, thank you for your vibrant participation and thought-provoking questions. We will now take a short 30 minutes virtual break. Return promptly for our upcoming parallel sessions. See you shortly at 2:45 p.m.
Shall we start with 2:45?
Let's begin.
Our next session is to start at 2:30.
2:30.
2:30.
Yeah. 2:30. Let's make 2:30.
So almost 10 minutes break, and we are meeting again with parallel session.
Okay.
All are
Thank you,
encouraged to
everyone.
join. The links are already shared in the group.
Thank you, everyone.